Shalom, brothers and sisters. This is Elder Ricard Shiar along with Elder Lawyer.
Shalom.
We're here this Sabbath. All praises be to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Yeshaya, to bring forth a word of truth. Okay? Today is a very important lesson in the spirit of the Most High and Christ for our people. To the Jews first, and also to the Gentiles in Christ. Now, it's important that we mention both. Even Paul said to the Jews first and also the Gentiles. Why? When everything is said and done, all nations, all tongues, all knees shall bow and confess who's Lord. And all nations will follow the truth concerning the Most High. The truth that was from the beginning, before the fall, before mankind began to operate and worship Satan. Now, some of you probably have heard this particular saying. Well, it doesn't matter what God you follow, as long as you do the right things according to that God. Why? Because at the end of the day, God has many names. So the Buddhist might worship God their way. The Muslims may worship God their way. Or the Christians may worship God their way according to their culture. But all in all, God have many names. And it doesn't make a difference. You shouldn't judge anyone else's religion. You've heard those things over and over again, right? Well, that's false. That's a false statement and false reasoning. When we read the Bible, it tells us about a jealous God. Okay? It tells us and warns us that God warns us of the worships of many gods. So how do I know if the God that's worshipped in Asia or Persia or in the Middle East, how do I know whether or not those are the gods the God of the Bible is warning us from, if these statements we make in ignorance are true? Well, brothers and sisters, we're going into a lesson today, right? To spiritually put things according to the Most High, according to His word, on course. How to follow the holy days according to the Most High. Now, it's important we go into this based on a time of year, the springtime, or what they call the springtime, which brings in a new year, and the following of the Most High's Passover. Right? Now, the Passover law or holy day really wasn't given to all people, right? So I expect the other nations in Asia and otherwise to follow whatever they're following. Why? The laws were only given. I'm speaking of the universal laws, the laws straight from the Most High. They were only given to who? The children of Israel. Right? So since we know these laws were given to the children of Israel, eventually God's people, if they stayed aligned with the Most High's word, they would eventually teach the Asians not to worship Buddha.
Right.
Teach the nations to put down these lesser gods. But something happened. You have seen our lessons. You have seen our lessons. Eventually, when the Most High gave Moses his law, delivered his law to the children of Israel, what began to happen? We began to scorn the God that made us and saved us out of Egypt and began to worship the gods of the Canaanites. Eventually, we fell to Babylon, lost our kingship as Judah. But during that period under Babylon, we began to take on Babylonian practices as our own. Now, there's no surprise on, that should not be a phenomenon or something far-fetched in our day and time. Understanding how we deal today. Here it is. We weren't celebrating Christmas in Africa, but yet we began to operate in America after our captivity and eventually made what? We made Christmas our own. We made Easter our own. So that's no phenomenon. Don't think that that didn't happen back then. But something happened that we must magnify, right? That we must really understand in these holy days and worship in the Most High in spirit and in truth. That through each captivity we fell to, we lost something and added something evil to our understanding. And through the Spirit of the Most High, I hope that this can be resolved. Why? Because when the gathering of Christ Church through the Spirit of the Most High, or our church, begin to bring some truth or some revelation or light, some out there might deem it a threat or us attacking what they already believe. And that's not our intent at all. That's not our intent. Our intent is to show our brothers and sisters what was there before we fell and began to add things against the Most High. That's our intent, to put everything back on course so that we're prepared for the kingdom. Why? Because the heavenly tables, the angels, the Most High, the heavenly realm, everything on the outside of us is on course. We're just not aligned with it. And see, and that's the importance of the holy days. Every holy day, according to the Bible, is significant concerning prophecy and timeline in connection with the Most High. And we're going to show you this today, right? But in order for us to receive the truth, brothers and sisters, we must admit, especially those in the truth, we must admit what we received from the synagogue of Satan and upheld it as truth. We must admit it. At one time, Hebrews, Israelites everywhere, especially when I was growing up. I'm just speaking of Hebrews right now. I'm going to speak to the regular populace also. But every person everywhere who related to themselves being Israelites or Jews were wearing and exalting what we thought was the Star of David. Right? We were looking into archaeology and found that every place our people frequented, and in Babylon and all that, that part of our culture that was dug up, yeah, we are the Jews, we are the real Israelites. But part of the culture and part of this symbology that was, and symbols that were pulled up were what? Connected to, or the Star of what we call or thought was David. So so we began to relate that to us being Jews, and Hebrews everywhere were wearing the Star of David. It wasn't until we began to study and research that we realized that that had nothing to do with King David. We began to realize that that was attached to a Satanist by the name of Magen David, who celebrated and upheld in Israel, in the state, the satanic state of Israel today. The Magen David, the Rothschild, the Satanist, right? So that star, that's the David it was connected to. But really, why am I bringing it out? More Israelites that are waking up now and saying, well, okay, we know that's not the Star of David. You deceived us by saying David. We by default thought that our King David in the Old Testament had a star related to him. So they deceived us in what? Into worshiping and acknowledging a man that they acknowledged and revered in Israel. See? If they said David, they didn't tell you which David. So our people began to figure that out and went into the Star of Moloch and realized that was the highest symbol of witchcraft, using witchcraft for child sacrifice. So Israelites everywhere who used to wear the symbol began to put it down. Right? Like, what symbol can symbolize or embody us? Right? Why is it that we felt uncomfortable unless we had this particular symbol? Was it idolatry? Yes, it was. And also an acknowledgement or symbol of our captivity. And as long as we connected ourselves to that symbol, the nations and the Satanists who rule understood we were still under their power. Right? So let's go into the holy days now. Why? Because our holy days were shifted in that captivity. The same way we placed the Star of David and all that, and we related that to our culture and understanding. Well, it wasn't just the star. Right? We began to fluctuate and operate outside of the Most High's holy days. Now, the Most High gave us the holy days for a purpose. He said, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Excuse me. Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. Because why? All holy days are calculated in the heavenly tables according to the Most High. All of them are connected for a higher purpose. Right? So, follow me in your Bible now. And keep in mind, we are not attacking anyone concerning what they're following. We're not attacking anyone. Let me make that clear. But let's make it clear. The holy days we were following before Babylon were different than the holy days we followed or began to acknowledge as our own after Babylon. Right? So let me show you what I'm talking about here. Right? I need you to get Acts 17 and 30 real quick. Now, I'm going to deal with this both ways. We're going to break down how to deal with the Passover. We're going to deal with the holy days. And we're going to also deal with how the Christians, at the end of this, claim that you don't have to follow the holy days, even though they celebrate Christmas and Easter every year. Right? Acts 17 and 30. Let's go real quick.
The book of Acts, chapter 17, verse 30.
Come on.
And the times of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
So it says the time of this ignorance, the Most High did what?
Winked at.
He winked at. Read.
But now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
He now command every man everywhere to what?
Repent.
To repent. So no one is coming down on anyone anywhere who was ignorant to the things our forefathers did. And I know sometimes it gets frustrating. Why? We find the truth. We believe it's the truth. We trust our teachers. And yes, we do. And our teachers are good people, but they're only brothers and sisters relegated to the information that was given to them. So this is no knock on anyone's teacher or whatever the case is. Like, for instance, I'm a teacher, right? I can only teach what I know. Okay, but if I study to show myself approved, I can add to that. But all in all, someone can come after us. Anyone can bring some information or understanding that we didn't go into yet, right? That's obvious. So all in all, again, this is not an attack on someone's teacher either. That teacher did the best they had with what they received. But Christ says,
and the times of this ignorance,
Christ showed through the disciples,
and the times of this ignorance God winked at.
He winked at our ignorance.
But now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
To repent. Why? When I realized Christmas was wrong, I read the Bible and I said, okay, Christ wasn't born on December 25th. Okay, this is Babylonian, right? So my responsibility was to repent from that action, and then put down Christmas. But in ignorance, I reverence that day in respect of what? The Lord who died for my sins. When I was growing up as a child, every Christmas we were in church or whatever the case is, and my acknowledgement in my heart was to Christ. Right? Now, I'm sure the Most High in Christ understood that. Why? Because I didn't know any better. He understood my heart towards him, and waking up, not wanting to get up, but go anyway, wanting to deal with my toys and all that, but would go to church anyway. Right? So I'm sure Christ and the Most High respected that. That was my sacrifice, that I would get up and acknowledge the Lord that died on the cross for me. Right? But all in all, that was in my ignorance. If I would have known as a child that day was connected to Tammuz and was connected to Nimrod and Semiramis and the lesser gods, if I knew that day was against the Bible, not only would I not have went to that church to celebrate that, okay, I would not have dealt with anything concerning that day at all. Right? Because what? I was in ignorance. What happens when you learn the truth now that you're Israel, but still operate in ignorance? Right? You think we are absolved because we now found that we are Israel? Let me tell you, the deception is layered. They knew we would wake up one day. So they had to make sure there was a constructed captive Babylonian religion that we would fall to after leaving the Christian Babylonian religion. Right? We get out of the Christian religion and we fall to a higher demonic satanic religion, Judaism. Now, how does this attach to the holy days? I'm going to show you. The holy days we follow as the children of Israel were given to us by the Jewish people under a Babylonian worship and calendar, which means you'd have been better off probably celebrating Christmas, because they're worshiping and following Satan on a higher level on purpose. They know exactly what they're doing. Okay? And I'm going to go into it. But before I go into our fall, let me take you back to the beginning to show you what it was. What was the proper way to deal with holy days according to the Most High? Now, this world, the pagan world, the Western world, call it what? Holidays. Knowing that I is synonymous with Y. Right? So, to you, it's just a day of festivity, a regular day, a place, a time to deal with your family and all that, right? But for the priest and the Satanists who are running this system, those days are everything to them. Because if they worship them from one year to the next, it empowers them over the slave population. They reverence the gods so that they can be revered as gods to the servant population. See, there's a gift, or there's an actual, believe it or not, benefit for the hierarchy to worship these days. Okay? Like your popes, like the Jesuit orders, like all of the ministers who are in high places. You think it's just a festival. Okay, your jaw would drop in total fear if you seen what they did on these particular days. Okay? And they do this as what? Obedience to their God, so that you can stay a humble servant under them. All right? That's how it works. They become gods on earth, worshiped as gods for sacrifice on that day. So to you, it's just a regular day. It's a holiday to Satan for them. Now, I'm not talking about Christmas right now. I'm talking about the holy days being used with the Most High's name. When I say his name, with the holy days he gave us, I'm talking about what the Jewish people are doing on those days. Okay? High sacrifice. And I'm not talking about Christmas and Easter now. Okay? I'm talking about the days that they worship Passover. I'm talking about the days that they worship the Feast of Unleavened Bread or Hanukkah. They shifted the days on purpose for a more sinister purpose. So before I go into our fall of how we fell to these Babylonian days, right? Because don't forget, brothers and sisters, when we fell to those days, we weren't calling it Christmas. We weren't calling it what we call it today. We were calling those worships under high holy days given to us by the Most High. Okay? So to resolve this, let me go to the beginning, right? Right? Before you get Leviticus 23, right? I need you to get, I'm going to use some books here. I'm going to the book of Jubilees. Right? Why? Because the book of Jubilees give you a calculation of times before the commandments came. Okay? Before the commandments came by Moses. The Jubilees give you a calculation of time and what was going on in the heavenly realm. Right? Now, don't forget, there was a law. Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. Right? Elder Lawyer, go to Genesis 2 now. Genesis 2.
The book of Genesis, chapter 2.
Start at the first verse.
Chapter 3.
No, 2 and 1.
2 and 1, Salakia.
Yeah, that's fine.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Okay,
now we're dealing with calculations, understanding the holy days, right? So let's start with all of creation. All of creation is connected to what? The Sabbath. Right? So calculations of creation, right, is what? Sabbath. Work 6 days. Seventh day, you what? You rest. That also breaks down into calculating according to a year, calculating according to a jubilee of years. See? But it still breaks down to 7, right? So the Most High said, what? Read it again.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them.
Come on.
And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made.
He rested on the seventh day from all the work which he hath made. So that tells us that Adam understood to do what? To hallow and reverence the Sabbath. Seventh day. Now, back then, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It wasn't until the pagans came in and renamed the days, which were really numbers. And they did that to deceive also, because we should be saying day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, rest. See? So, of course, Adam would teach the law of the Sabbath and calculations to who? To his children. Okay? Now, that was before Moses, before we received a law written in stone, right? So we understand that the key number of calculation, according to Genesis, is what? 7. Right? Let's go to 2nd Esdras 14 real quick. I'm in the Apocrypha. Now, I'm in the Apocrypha. Why? I'm about to go into Jubilees and show all of you, brothers and sisters, what was there, what our forefathers had before the flood, right? And even, listen to this, before the flood, up until the time of Noah, from the beginning, from Adam all the way to Noah, to Abraham, up until the Most High gave us the law on the mount with Moses. Right? I'm going to show you where we were, because in order for us to resolve the deception, we must first understand what was before the fall. Right? 2nd Esdras 14, come on.
2nd Esdras chapter 14, verse 1.
Yes.
And it came to pass upon the 3rd day, I sat under an oak, and behold, there came a voice out of a bush over against me, and said, Esdras, Esdras. And I said, Here am I, Lord. And I stood up upon my feet. Then said he unto me, In the bush I did manifestly reveal myself unto Moses.
Come on.
And talk with him when my people served in Egypt. And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt.
And I sent him and led my people out of Egypt. Come on.
And brought him up to the mount of Sinai, where I held him by me a long season, and told him many wondrous things, and showed him the secrets of the times.
Now hold up. The Most High showed what?
The secrets of the times.
He showed Moses the secrets of the what?
Of the times.
Of the times. Now, times are calculated and broken down in Sabbaths. So what did the Most High do? He didn't just give Moses a table of stone with 10 commandments on it. He took Moses to the beginning of creation and showed him the secrets of the times, all calculations leading to the consummation, leading to the final judgment and the coming of Christ. Moses seen it all. He's seen it all. Right? So these secrets or these calculations are connected, brothers and sisters, to holy days. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Read.
And told him many wondrous works, and showed him the secrets of the times and the end, and commanded him, saying.
He showed him the what?
The end.
The end of times. See? Come on.
And commanded him, saying, These words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide.
Now check that out. You would think that the Roman Catholic Church and the others out there would allow you to read these scriptures in your churches. The greatest deception, brothers and sisters, is them breaking up the book that was together. The King James Version Bible had the Apocrypha in it, which do what? It stimulates study. There's no way you're going to read this and say, well, hold up. It stimulates study. It says, well, the Most High showed Moses things that he would give the people, and he told them to hide some information. Can I get that information hidden? Why did they separate the Apocrypha from the Bible? Elder Lawyer is sitting here with a Bible. I have one right here, a Cambridge Bible with the Apocrypha in it. The original King James Version Bible had the Apocrypha in it. Why? They wanted you to stay a servant to the Jesuit doctrine, the deception, the Babylonian deception that comes with the spirit of Edom, the children of Satan on every high level. And I'm speaking of Amalek, who are over there, who Christ called out, claim they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Synagogue of Satan. Now, every Hebrew everywhere will admit what we're saying is true right now concerning who Christ called out. They're not the people. But yet, you're still operating under their satanic culture. So there's one level, leaving paganism on the surface. But there's a higher deception once we become Hebrews. Because we know the holy days are right. They were our forefathers. But we began to worship them along with the Satanist. Okay? Now, some people might be frustrated out there. They say, well, we go here over here, and they say the Passover's on this day, and we come over here, and they say the Passover. Man, I'm frustrated. Y'all more confusing than the Christians. And then you just throw your hands up. Because why? There's some truth everywhere you go. Right? So it's up to you to study to show yourself approved and understand what was there before the fall. That's the purpose of this particular lesson. We must set things straight according to the Most High and admit when we were wrong in certain scenarios as far as, what we learned in ignorance. And when the Most High revealed the information, change it to what was there in the beginning. It's that simple. Right? So, read that last part where it says he showed Moses what? The secrets of the times. He says what? Hide this information and declare this information. So certain information, brothers and sisters, was hid. So when it came to revealing the information we needed, that we needed to get out of this captivity, the slave masters kept this information for themselves so that we could continue to worship under Jesuit satanic order. Just slaves. Right? Well, the secrets of the times is called the Book of Jubilees. Right? The Book of Jubilees. It's that simple. Jubilees, which is broken down in Sabbaths. It gives you the time period from the beginning of creation up unto Adam, all the way up until Moses. Right? And it also gives you a calculation of the times, linking in with the Book of Enoch, for a time period when what? Our people would begin to awaken, leading to the fall of the Gentile nations. So as the Most High shed our captivity, he gives us back what we lost. See? Because at one time, we didn't know what the secrets of the times were. We just read the books and we're like, okay, it's maybe something that we'll never receive. Come to find out, we got it. So it's no excuse now to follow a holy day just because it's called the Passover, but worship Satan on the Most High's holy day, like the Jewish people are doing. Passover matzah balls. What do they have in the Passover matzah ball? A young child's blood in the matzah balls on Passover. Now, you might not be doing that, but guess what? The same day you're celebrating that they gave you, outside of the calculation of the Sabbaths, you're still participating in spirit with those wizards. With the wizards. Okay? And I know some people will say, well, listen, man, this may be too deep for me, so I'm just going to follow the laws. Well, that's good. If you're not following the holy days, you're not following the laws. So there's no middle ground here. It's up to you to learn the truth. And we're going to give you some today. Let's go to the Book of Jubilees here. Do me a favor. Pass me the other Book of Jubilees I have over there. Yeah, I'm going to give that one to Elder Lawyer. The big one. Yeah. Right? And we're going to Jubilees, the first chapter. Yeah, it's heavy, yeah. The R.H. Charles translation. And look, Oxford University had this the whole time. They'll never give it to you. Right? The book of Jubilees is the information that was shown to Moses, the secrets of the times. Right? We're going into the book of Jubilees, the secrets of the times, what was showed to Moses to resolve the holy days. So we'll know what was there in the beginning. Right? Now, why are we going here? Brothers and sisters, wasn't the holy days given to Moses? So shouldn't he know how to follow them and what the calculations are? Right? Let's start at the first chapter, the first verse of the book of Jubilees. Come on.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 1, verse 1. And it came to pass in the first year of the Exodus of the children of Israel out of Egypt, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that God spake to Moses, saying, Come up to me on the mount, and I will give thee 2 tables of stone of the law and of the commandment, which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. And Moses went into the mount of God, and the glory of God abode in Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it 6 days. And he called to Moses on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud, and the appearance of the glory of the Lord was like a flaming fire on the top of the mount. And Moses was on the mount 40 days and 40 nights, and the Most High taught him the earlier and later history of the division of all the days of the law and of the testimony. And he said, Incline thine heart to every word which I shall speak to thee on this mount.
Incline thy what?
Incline thine heart to every word.
To every word.
Which I shall speak to thee on this mount, and write them in a book in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have wrought in transgressing the covenant which I established between me and thee for their generations this day on Mount Sinai.
Go ahead.
And thus it will come to pass when all these things come upon them, that they will recognize that I am the righteous,
that I am more righteous
than they in all their judgments and in all their actions.
Go on.
And they will recognize that I have been truly with them.
So the Most High said, I'm going to give you this so that when my people transgress in the future, I'll still have this information before them. They'll have this law, and this law will do what? This understanding will do what? It tell you, it says, and thus it will come to pass when all these things come upon them, that they will recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments. Even though we have sinned against the Most High, went against him, he's going to give us the truth and understanding of him anyway. During our time of destruction, during our time of calamity. Right? Come on.
The middle of verse 7.
Now here's the problem. When we begin to wake up as a people and realize we're the Jews, that's one layer of understanding. Then we go to a synagogue somewhere. And we ask them, can you teach us? Can you teach me about me? They were like, yeah, if you want to acknowledge that we are the teachers, I'll give you a 5-year program into Judaism. Right? When we should be searching for this to get back on track. Not them, not the deceivers. Read, not the gatekeepers. Read.
Verse 7. And do thou write for thyself all these words which I declare unto thee this day. For I know their rebellion and their stiff neck, before I bring them into the land which I swore to their fathers, to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob, saying, Unto your seed will I give a land flowing with milk and honey.
And he says, listen, I'm going to give you this, but understand you're dealing with a stiff-necked people. You can tell them of the Most High, but they'll be the first to deny it. They'll be stiff-necked. Why? It tells us, the Most High told us, he says, listen, if I would have went to a nation of a strange speech, they would have already repented. That means if you go to the Chinese people and say, you're the chosen people of God, man, all of them will come together and say, I'm down with this. Okay? If you went to any other nation, they would have repented already. That's why when our people began to teach Muhammad that they had a blessing, it united all of them. Why? Because everybody want to be the children of the Most High. but not our people. Right? They'd be like, well, I'm not sure about that. You'll listen to this guy and these guys before your own people. I never understood how our people can pack a building, all black people, and this is just the truth, with a white pastor. I never could understand it. Like I said this weekend. I mean, during the week. This past Wednesday. If your own people not listening to you, I'm darn sure not coming in there.
Right.
What's going on with you? You got a church full with all black people and you a white guy teaching us something that would not even been heard of during the time of slavery. They had enough sense to hire Nat Turner. We wasn't listening to you. Right? Something's wrong with our people. They're stiff-necked. They don't want to hear anything from their own people. Don't think the man who enslaved you. Don't think the Most High put the man who enslaved you in position to save you. It doesn't work that way. Come on.
Verse 8. And they will eat and be satisfied, and they will turn to strange gods.
It said, hold up now. He told Moses after saving Israel, your people, my people, will turn to other gods. So I'm giving you this information with this knowledge, with this understanding. I have to give you the truth now and have that hid for a time, so that these people that will go to strange gods will have the beginning of truth. The beginning of truth. Right? Now, the beginning of truth, brothers and sisters, didn't start here on the mount. Even Noah had the Noahic laws. Okay? The Noahic laws is the majority of the 10 Commandments. So all nations had the truth under Ham, Shem, and Japheth at one time. So when we get the truth and get the truth that the Most High gave us before our fall, we have to teach all nations the real God. Okay? Not the other way around. In preparation. And that's fine. Those who don't want to follow, you want to stay a Buddhist, you want to stay a Muslim, you want to stay a pagan Christian, Christ says, listen, that's fine. Those who will not serve me, bring before me and slay them. They will not get in. You're not going to come inside Christ's kingdom serving Buddha or serving a rock. You'll die. It's that simple. Every nation will serve the living God and the truth concerning the God of Israel. Every nation. But come on.
And they will eat and be satisfied.
What verse you at?
Verse 8, the middle of verse 8. And they will eat and be satisfied, and they will turn to strange gods, to gods which cannot deliver them from aught of their tribulation.
That means we'll be serving a religion that cannot get us out of our condition. How many churches you've been going to trying to find the truth before now? How can you go to the slave man for freedom? Come on.
And this witness shall be heard for a witness against them. For they will forget all my commandments.
They will forget all my commandments.
Even all that I command them. And they will walk after the Gentiles, and after their uncleanness, and after their shame, and will serve their gods. And these will prove unto them an offense and a tribulation, and an affliction and a snare.
Read.
And many will perish.
And many will perish.
And they will be taken captive.
They will go into slavery. And I want to hear this mess that people are saying out there too, that, hold up, there was slavery throughout all cultures. Don't hand me that mess to try to minimize what happened to God's people. And I don't understand how our people accept that argument.
Right.
You show me anything, anywhere, where 1 million or 2 million or 9 million of any nation went to serve and build an empire on this earth at any time. Where does that exist? When millions of Chinese is building up something for white people. Millions of white people building up something for Africans. Where do that exist? Trying to minimize our power. And I'm going to say this, just getting off track, and I'm going to come right back. Right? I'm tired of this Holocaust garbage too. They put that here on purpose to really dilute the truth concerning Holocaust. Okay? They'll show a few gravestones knocked down and be like, oh my God, it's the end of the world, Hitler's here. When no one is knocking down no gravestones but them. They're doing this to minimize and to homogenize the true Holocaust. Why? And I'm going to say this, and I mentioned this before. There should be no Holocaust museums anywhere in America. Every Holocaust museum should be to the people who actually had Holocaust inflicted on them in America. Why? Because you're doing this so that people can remember, so it don't happen what? So it doesn't get inflicted on you again, right? Well, that didn't happen in America. That happened in Germany. All Holocaust museums should be in Germany, so you can warn them not to, what? To relive another Hitler. It shouldn't be in America. They're doing that on purpose to hide the Holocaust that's continually inflicted on the true Jews by them. They're building the prisons, enslaving us. They're doing this. But every time we stand up and say, well, hold up, they say, well, listen, I need a brother to stand up against anti-Semitism. And some simple brother stand up and say, yeah, we need to protect them. Look at the graves that was knocked over. That's evil. No one is remembering the true Holocaust. Who built this stinking country? Where's our Holocaust museum showing all the Jewish slave owners and plantation owners? Where's that museum? Every time you look, and guess what? We don't have the power. No nation on earth have the power to go against the power of Jewish people, okay? So that garbage about they just need to survive as this little state is garbage. They're Rome. They will stay in power until the coming of Christ. So they don't need no protection from anti-Semitism. They have armies. So don't buy that garbage. That's just a way to deflect and a way to protect themselves when we begin to look into the evil they're doing against people. Automatically, if you point out anything they do, they call you anti-Semite as a conversation changer instead of dealing with the topic at hand. Okay? No other people has a word to protect them, when they're being exposed. Okay? I'm going to tell you the truth. We had a radio show in Manchester. A regular dialogue with some Jewish people on a black radio station. The truth came out. A rabbi came there, but the truth came out concerning what they've been doing. Do you know the Jewish Defense League from the United States? Now, Manchester is in England. The Jewish Defense League from the United States called in and shut that whole radio program down and said if those guys are on that radio, all funds will be taken from that radio station. And that's supposed to be a black radio station to enlighten black people in Manchester. And you know what the people did there? The blacks, they acquiesced under anti-Semitism fear and say, okay, master, we'll make sure they're not on no more. We'll just teach them about Kemet and the pyramids and teach them about some stuff when really it's Arabs running the pyramids, them dirty pyramids over there anyway. Okay? And you know what? They took the only light on the radio weekly from Manchester. And black people, all the black people everywhere who was getting so much understanding didn't say one word. I feel offended. I mean, man, that's anti-Semitic what they did. I'm an Israelite, and they're going to just take off our information and our teachings when we're discoursing against synagogues of Satan rabbis? Is that anti-Semitic? But let's get back into it here. I just wanted to, I got off the beaten trail, but I wanted, because when it says captive here, it's to a point where our people don't even know that we're the children of the curse concerning captivity in the Bible. Why? Because every other minute you have some other people claiming something happened to them. And I never understood, why do they promote the Holocaust in the United States when no one in the United States did anything to them? What's that about? You know what it was? They did it right during the time, right before the civil rights movement came on the scene. Be like, listen, and then the Jews be like, yeah, look what happened to us over in Germany. Yeah, you know what? I can relate to you. And these people were from America talking about what happened to them in Germany. Our people fell for it. Well, we're going to help you get through your atrocity. Oh, that means you're going to give us back the land of Israel? You getting out of there? Man, we have to do a complete lesson on this too. A complete lesson, because why? They claim, well, we needed a land for our own people. Well, what they're not telling you is that Germany offered them Madagascar. They could have had their German state, their Jewish German Russian state, because that's what it is, in Madagascar. But they didn't want that. The whole plan was to, through the cloud of war, get Palestine. We're going to do a video on that too. Call it Holocaust with a question mark. That's going to be the title. Okay, they infiltrate it so that they can be the victims while ruling everything and demonizing us through their media, making us out to be terrorists and all this garbage. They're doing that, teaching multiculturalism, feminizing our men. Who you think pushing all this mess? You can't turn on TV without seeing a man kissing a man or a woman kissing a woman. Pedophilia. Who you think pushing all this while they claiming victims? They claiming that they're the victims and they're victimizing the whole world. Let me calm down here. Verse.
This is the book of Jubilees, chapter 1, verse 10. And many will perish, and they will be taken captive.
Many shall perish. Now, this is what Moses was shown. Many shall perish and will be taken captive. This didn't happen to all people, brothers and sisters. Come on.
And will fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my ordinances and my commandments.
Verse.
This is verse 10.
Come on.
And my commandments and the festivals of my covenant.
And the festivals of my covenant.
And my Sabbath.
And my Sabbaths.
And my holy place, which I have hallowed for myself in their midst. And my tabernacle, my sanctuary, which I've hallowed for myself in the midst of the land. That I should set my name upon it, and that it should dwell there. And they will make to them...
Hold up, before you go there, check this out, brothers and sisters. It says, and they will be taken captive and will fall into the hands of the enemy. The enemy are the other nations outside of us. Because they have forsaken my ordinance and my commandments and my festivals of my covenant. So there's an agreement with the festivals or the holy days. See that? So when we fell to the captors, when we fell to these Gentiles, they did what? They gave us new festivals under their covenant with Satan. And I'm not just speaking of Christians right here. I'm talking about the Jewish people. Because we all know that Christianity is pagan and have left off from that a long time ago. Because they integrated paganism with Christianity. But then there's a higher deception. We began to follow festivals according to Jewish people. Right? Read on.
Verse 11. And they will make to themselves high places and groves and graven images. And they will worship each his own graven image, so as to go astray, and they will sacrifice their children to demons and to all the works of the error of their hearts. And I will send witnesses unto them, that I may witness against them, but they will not hear.
He says he'll send prophets against them, witnesses, but the people will not hear. Now that's through every generation, brothers and sisters, up until the consummation, up until the time of Christ. That means you would have brothers come out and say, well, listen, this is what's going on. And our own people won't what? Won't listen. Okay, we're not speaking of the ignorant here. We're speaking of people who supposed to be in Scripture or supposed to know Scripture. Come on.
And I will send witnesses unto them, that I may witness against them. Verse 12. But they will not hear, and will slay the witnesses also. And they will persecute those who seek the law, and they will abrogate and charge everything, so as to
and change everything. Go ahead.
So as to work evil before my eyes.
Come on.
And I will hide my face from them, and I will remove them from the midst of the land, and I will scatter them among
the Gentiles.
Among the Gentiles for captivity and for a prey and for devouring, and I will remove them from the midst of the land.
Hold up now. I will do what?
I will remove them from the midst of the land.
Before that, I will scatter them.
I will scatter them among the Gentiles.
I will scatter them. Use that pen real quick. Keep your place. I will scatter them among the Gentiles. Read.
And they will forget all my law and all my commandments.
And they will forget all my law and all my commandments. Read.
And all my judgments.
And all my judgments.
And will go astray as to the new moons.
They will go astray as to what?
The new moons.
The new moons. So now, examine that real quick. Stay right there. That means, while in captivity, once we come back to the truth, someone will teach us a lie concerning the new moons. Right? Now, we'll think the new moon is one thing when really it was something else from the beginning. I'm going to stay in Jubilees to resolve what the Most High said the new moon was and is. See? Because if you know these things, you'll be able to keep the Passover and the holy days going forward right. So read that last piece again.
And they will forget, verse 14, and they will forget all my law and my commandments and all my judgments, and will go astray as to the new moons.
As to the new moons.
And Sabbaths.
And Sabbaths.
And festivals.
And festivals, that means holy days.
And jubilees.
And jubilees, that's calculation of 50, from 50 to 50. Read.
And ordinances.
And ordinances, read.
And after this they will turn to me from amongst the Gentiles with all their heart and with all their soul and with all their strength. And I will gather them from amongst all the Gentiles, and they will seek me.
And they will seek me. So the Most High began what we see in this day called the awakening, where the Most High are beginning to turn us back to him out of these Gentile religions and ideologies, right? And to let you know they're calculating things. It's the time of the awakening. We know that the Gentiles are not God's people. We know that their worships are not the God who caused our calamity, right? We understand this now. We're pointing to them and saying, well, okay, they're not the people. So the Bible called this the consummation of the times. But what do the nations call this? The awakening. They're calling it under their satanic god, the age of Aquarius. That's what they call it. No age of no Aquarius. It's the awakening of the children of the Most High. It's really about us waking up from our captivity, recognizing everything. Saying, you know what, we want better. We want out of this. Oh, you want out of this? Oh, Donald Trump said, well, okay, let's build a wall. Let's build a wall. Hold up. The last time a wall was built was in 70 AD. Before they began to slay the righteous, the saints, our forefathers. Right? Chapter and verse. Come on.
Chapter 1, going into verse 16. So that I shall be found among them when they seek me with all their heart and with all their soul.
Come on.
And I will disclose to them abounding peace with righteousness, and I will remove them the plant of uprightness with all my heart and with all my soul. And they shall be for a blessing and not for a curse. And they shall be the head and not the tail.
The Most High says when we begin to get this truth, we will become the head and not the tail. We've been the tail too long, right? So I see all these so-called Jewish scholars coming out now. They want to go into the black community and say, well, so long you've been forsaken in this truth and you've been denied. And here it is. I'm a Messianic Jew and I'm going to come tell you the truth. I'm going to teach you that you do have relevance within the Holy Scriptures with us. I'm going to show you that there's black in the Bible. When you see these guys, if they ask to come into your church, slam the door. Because now you want to come out and bring something black out after the Most High have revealed the truth to us without you. You knew the whole time it didn't say anything. But now you want to control the awakening. So brothers and sisters, if you have a building or churches, don't let these hot messes calling themselves Messianic Jews creep up into your place. They're Satanists. Because they're going to pull up Ethiopia. And we're not Ethiopians. We're Israelites. We're not Cushites. So now they want to control it. Say, well, listen, everyone can be a Jew now. Oh, why didn't you tell me that when I thought I was a Hamite in Christianity? Don't listen to them. And I'm talking about that hot mess called Messer. And the rest of them call themselves Messianic Jews. They're the highest deceivers on earth. All of them. Don't let them into your churches. Even the so-called, what they call Hebrew apologists. They're Jesuits. They're Satanists. You have one playing the dumb guy when really he's the smart one. Okay? Don't listen to them. Their whole aim is to do what? Is to confuse the awakening. Because they didn't teach us who we were. They're coming now that our people are waking up on the outside of their programming. Ignore them. Read on.
The end of verse 17.
Come on.
And I will build my sanctuary in their midst, and I will dwell with them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people in truth.
Go on.
In righteousness. And I will not forsake nor fail them, for I am the Lord their God. And Moses fell on his face and prayed, saying, O Lord my God, do not forsake thy people and thy inheritance, so that they should wander in the error of their hearts, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies, the Gentiles, lest they should rule over them and cause them to sin against thee.
See that? Because when the Gentiles rule, they will cause us to sin against our God on purpose. They don't want to free the slaves. They're like, okay, you became enslaved by going against your God. So I'm going to teach you it's righteous to break God's law. So if you're in the Christian church, the law is done away with. Eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, and worship on the Sunday and worship Easter. Hey, go over there with Allah and worship that rock. Hey, come on. Hey, it's better than what you were dealing with, right? It's on purpose, brothers and sisters. Moses prayed against that and say, please, Lord, don't do that, because if you put them under these people, they're going to teach your people. They're going to teach your people to sin on purpose. Therefore, the curse becomes generational. What about your children? Right? So he says, Lord, please don't do this. Because the Gentiles, they didn't receive the law. They're evil. They're gonna teach this evil doctrine on purpose and call it light. Read.
Verse 20. Let thy mercy, O Lord, be lifted up upon thy people, and create in them an upright spirit, and let not the spirit of Belial rule over them.
Let not the spirit of Belial, that's Baal, I'm going to go there in a minute, rule over them. So there was a spirit over the Gentiles that the Gentiles were worshiping. And that this spirit, if you come under it, you'll become what? Captives under this particular spirit and begin to set up religious institutions and worship this particular God. And believe it or not, from a worldly, fleshly standpoint, there was benefit, temporary benefit for our people worshiping and sacrificing to Belial. And I'm saying that for those who say, well, listen, too many things I prayed for and it happened to me while I was dealing with this. I can't let it go. Because why? They know that there was some benefit in it. Okay, but what? It's not even. What you're giving up is way more than what you're receiving. Okay? What you're giving up for a little benefit in this world is way less than the promises. Okay? Come on.
And let not the spirit of Belial rule over them, to accuse them before thee, and to ensnare them from all the paths of righteousness, so that they may perish from before thy face.
Come on.
But they are thy people and thy inheritance, which thou hast delivered with thy great power from the hands of the Egyptians. Create in them a clean heart and a holy spirit, and let them not be ensnared in their sins from henceforth until eternity. And the Lord said unto Moses, I know their contrariness and their thoughts and their stiff-neckedness, and they will not be obedient till they confess their own sin and the sin of their fathers.
Man, look at that there. He says, Moses, I know you mean right, but I know what's in my people's heart. I know their contrariness to me. I know their thoughts, how stiff-necked they are, how hard-headed they are. And they will not be obedient till they confess their own sin and the sin of their fathers. They're not going to be right until they can look at themselves and find out what's wrong with them. They're going to always be pointing to everyone else concerning their wrong. But they'll never admit they're wrong. And they will not receive the truth until they find the sin within themselves and confess it and admit it. Now you see why most people can't accept baptism? Because then you're going before the water as a witness, not just before the heavens, but before every brother and sister that you are no better than them. You are a sinner too. Confess your sins. And then relate that sin to how our forefathers fell, so that your generation can stand and not fall, the generation after you. See? He says, listen, they're going to stay that way, hard-headed. They're going to think they know everything until they confess their own sin. Because now, if I'm a sinner and I'm operating and I understand the Most High forgave my sin, how can I now point and say, well, this is where you wrong at. You wrong, you're evil, you're wicked. No, I'll come with a more humble spirit that will help deliver you out of your peril, not blame you for your sin. I would deal with the spirit of humility that saved me or helped deliver me from my own arrogance. Okay? See, that's what Christ was talking about. That's what, from the beginning, that's what the Most High was giving Moses. Since our people are too proud, I have to break them. They need to be broken. They think they know everything. They think they have everything. Moses, I understand what you're praying for, and I would like to do this, but my people have a will, and they're hard-headed, and they'll always stay contrary until they come to the to the light concerning themselves. What's in them? They're always looking out what's wrong with everyone else. Right? Come on.
The middle of 23. And after this will they turn to me in all uprightness, and with all their heart, and with all their soul. And I will circumcise the foreskin of their heart, and I will cleanse them, so that they shall not turn away from me from that day unto eternity. And their souls will cleave to me and to all my commandments, and they will fulfill my commandments, and I will be their father, and they shall be my children. And they all shall be called the children of the living God. And every angel and every spirit shall know, yea, they shall know that these are my children, and that I am their father in uprightness and righteousness, and that I love them. And do thou write down for thyself all these words which I declare unto thee on this mountain, the first and the last, which shall come to pass in all the divisions of the days, in the law and in the testimony.
Read that last piece again.
And do thou write down for thyself all these words which I declare unto thee on this mountain.
He says, Moses, you write down everything I declare to you on this mountain. Now, mind you, he told Moses, yes, I'm delivering you out of Egypt. But based on the stiff neck and the heart of these people I'm seeing down there at the mount, they're going to reject me anyway, and eventually they're going to go into captivity. Now, while the Most High was dealing with Moses, you would never guess what Aaron and the Israelites were doing down at the base of the mount. They was worshiping Belial. They made a calf. I'm going to go into that in a moment. It all ties into the holy days, brothers and sisters. Come on.
And do thou write down for thyself all these words which I declare unto thee on this mountain, the first and the last, which shall come to pass in all the divisions of the days in the law and in the testimony, and in the weeks and the jubilees unto eternity, until I descend and dwell with them throughout eternity. And he said to the angel of the presence, write for Moses from the beginning of creation till my sanctuary has been built among them for all eternity. And the Lord will appear to the eyes of all, and all shall know that I am the Most High God of Israel, and the Father of all the children of Jacob, and King on Mount Zion for all eternity. And Zion and Jerusalem shall be holy, and the angel of the presence who went before the camp of Israel took the tables of the divisions of the years.
Now, it's clear that according to the book of Jubilees, Christ delivered the commandments to Moses. He's the angel of the presence here. Okay? So Christ always existed from the beginning. It's just that people get confused. His body, or him coming in flesh as the sacrifice, they get that confused to him with all power from the beginning with the Allahayim. The angel of the presence that guided our people out of Egypt was Christ. Right? Now, when you speak to rabbis and we speak to people who understand and study this word, they'll say that Christ is not the Savior and all that, right? But then you speak to them on a different level and say, well, okay. Who was the angel of the presence in the book of Jubilees that revealed the information to Moses? Right? Who was that? Even if you deal with the Old Testament, you have the angel of the Most High that dealt with Abraham in the Old Testament. Who's that? Who gave the prophets their report? Who's that? Right? Come on.
29. And the angel of the presence who went before the camp of Israel took the tables of the divisions of the years.
Took the tables, so there was tables concerning the division of years. Now, divisions of years are broken down in Sabbaths. See? So during these Sabbaths, which breaks down to 7 Sabbaths, then the next year after is 50. That's a complete Jubilee. There's what? Prophecy from one Jubilee to the next. Aligned with holy days. See? Come on.
From the time of the creation of the law and of the testimony of the weeks of the Jubilees.
Come on.
According to the individual years.
According to the individual years.
According to all the number of the Jubilees according to the jubilees, according to the individual years.
Come on.
From the day of the new creation, when the heaven and the earth shall be renewed, in all their creation according to the powers of the heaven.
Come on.
And according to all the creation of the earth, until the sanctuary of the Lord shall be made in Jerusalem on Mount Zion.
Come on.
And all the luminaries be renewed for healing and for peace and for blessing for all the elect of Israel, and that thus it may be from that day and unto all the days of the earth.
Come on. Second chapter. Come on.
Chapter 2, verse 1. And the angel of the presence spake to Moses according to the word of the Lord, saying, Write the complete history of the creation, how in 6 days the Lord power finished all his works and all that he created, and kept Sabbath on the seventh day, and hallowed it for all ages, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the first day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him.
Go on.
The angels of the presence, and the angels of the sanctification, and the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoar frost, and the angels of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth.
Come on.
He created the abysses and the darkness, eventide and night, and the light, dawn and day, and he hath prepared in the knowledge of his heart. And thereupon he saw his works, and praised him, and lauded before him on account of all his works. For 7 great works did he create on the first day.
Now go down to the 18th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 18.
We had Jubilees 2 and 18. Come on.
I'll start.
Start at the 17. After the period, right?
And he gave us a great sign.
He gave us a great sign.
The Sabbath day.
The what?
The Sabbath day.
Now, what's a sign for us?
The Sabbath day.
The Sabbath day is a sign, brothers and sisters. So certain prophecies happen in the earth based on calculations of Sabbath. Now, the Satanists trying to throw out there all over online the geomantra number system and all that to throw you off with how they calculate within the earth, which is totally off. Who cares about that? This is what we should be focusing on. The signs according to Sabbath, which means there's certain information that's coming from the heavens by dealing on the Most High's calculations. Okay? These are the signs. Now you are connected with the Most High from Sabbath to Sabbath, right? Now, of course, in Christianity, they want you to believe that that was somehow magically changed to the first day of the week. Right? The Sabbath is a sign. Come on, chapter and verse. Come on.
Verse 17 going into 18.
Come on.
And he gave us a great sign.
The Sabbath.
The Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but keep Sabbath on the 7th day from all work. And all the angels of the presence and all the angels of sanctification, these 2 great classes, have he bidden us to keep the Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth.
So he's bidden the angels to keep the Sabbath while they're in the heavens, and also when they're operating within the earth as our angels of presence. See? So all the heavenly hosts and the luminaries are operating according to this commandment. This command is not just a physical man commandment. Right? So why do you think? Look, all the evil and death and destruction goes down on Friday night up into Saturday. Because the whole world is out of course. They're operating in a time where they shouldn't be operating. And spirits are taking our people. You notice all the sales and all that is on Saturdays and all that to tempt you out. You notice, especially on Friday night. Okay, I was in the world years ago. I know what goes on Friday night. And it's on purpose. They'll pay you either Thursday or Friday knowing that you had no money to do nothing all week so that you can go out there and operate and sin on Friday night, missing that connection with the Most High, missing that spiritual food that can only come if you're resting or if you're operating in the spirit of Christ or the Most High on that particular day. You know, you must have solitude and space to meditate and to pray to receive the information. So what you'll see us doing on the Sabbath, we'll be working. What type of working? This working right here. Either I'm doing this or nothing at all. All right. The information is coming during this time. It's a sign. Go on.
Verse 19. And he said unto us, Behold, I separate unto myself a people from among all the peoples.
Come on.
And these shall keep the Sabbath day. And I will sanctify them unto myself as my people.
So when you follow the Sabbath, you're the Most High's people. That's when you're separated for him. But check this out. The Sabbath also aligns the holy days. Like, for instance, the first Sabbath of the year. Right? 7 days. Fridays, what they call Friday sundown, the so-called Saturday sundown. That's a Sabbath, the first Sabbath of a real year. Not this garbage they're giving us with their calendars. Well, next Sabbath is what? The communion of the Passover, when Christ was before his disciples in the house. Right? From so-called Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. The next day, right before the Feast of Unleavened Bread, what happened? Christ gave up the ghost. So it was the communion with the house, and then it was the feast the next day. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is when people came all together now for the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Christ died on the cross. That so-called Saturday, before Saturday sundown, he gave up the ghost. There go the feast. Now, mind you, something is going on in the heavenly realm the same time as this sign for all mankind on that Sabbath. 7 Sabbaths later, the Feast of the Feast of First Fruits, when the Holy Spirit came down on the disciples. These were signs that if the disciples would have been somewhere else outside of the original calculation of the holy days, they would not have received the Holy Spirit. You see this? So, of course, the satanic Babylonian powers, which we call the synagogue of Satan, who Christ called the synagogue of Satan, would throw that off so that you don't receive the Spirit according to these times. They would throw it off on purpose after we have awakened to our true national origin. After we realize we're Israelites, we would still fall under that because why? We're missing the signs according to Sabbaths. It's not just the Sabbath, it's all the holy days that falls in from one Sabbath to the next that we miss. Verse, I'm going to show you here. So now you're going to have the calculations on how to be in the Spirit, because why? If the disciples would have calculated wrong, they would not have received that sign there from the beginning, which is the Holy Spirit that would come down 7 Sabbaths from Passover. Okay? You must know these things. So I'm going to give you the understanding today so that you are without excuse. Now, whether or not you can convince everyone else, that might not be your job. Keep in mind, he told Moses, you know, these people are stiff-necked. They're hard-headed. So don't beat your head against the wall for those who want to continue to follow what the Jewish people are following. Okay? Do not frustrate yourself with them. Let them go. Don't try to debate it or argue it. He told Moses, hey, listen, I'm going to give you everything right here. And listen, I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you everything, all the light, the understanding that would make a righteous people. And the people down there at the bottom of that mount, you know, these people are going to just go away. They're going to just throw this away like a rag. Okay, they're going to just throw it away. So, brothers and sisters, this might not be for other people you're showing. You can show it to them, but if they don't receive it, let it go. You do it and see the benefit of it. Okay? Chapter and verse. Come on, other lawyer.
Of the middle of verse 19.
Yes, sir.
And I will sanctify them unto myself as my people, and I will bless them as I have sanctified the Sabbath day, and do sanctify it unto myself. Even so will I bless them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God.
Come on.
And I have chosen the seed of Jacob from among all that I have seen.
Hold up. Out of all the people he have seen, the Most High chose the seed of Jacob. We're that seed. We're the children of Israel who went into captivity, according to the curse of Deuteronomy. Not just Deuteronomy, the curses throughout the whole Torah and Tanakh. We're the tribe of Jacob. I mean, we're the sons of Jacob. Come on.
And have written him down as my firstborn son, and have sanctified him unto myself forever and ever.
So that means it doesn't matter if we went into captivity and there's some imposters ruling right now. The Most High said that we are his firstborn. We're the heir to the kingdom to come. Okay, the people you see on the screen will not be ruling in the next kingdom. They will not be ruling in the next kingdom. You can forget that. This is their kingdom. They're Romans. They're Amalek. Come on.
And I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep Sabbath. The end of verse 20.
Yeah, when you go back, just give the verse so that they can. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep Sabbath thereon from all work. And thus he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should keep the Sabbath, with us on the seventh day.
With us on the seventh day. So when we're keeping the Sabbath, we're keeping it with the heavenly realm. I don't know what these churches out there talking about on some Sunday. You saying it's God's house. Hey, what God are you talking about? I'm not going to deny that there's a spirit in there, but it's not the Most High. Okay? And I'm speaking of those, I'm talking about those who know what the Bible says about the Sabbath and say, well, listen, I'm going to do it anyway as a tradition. Okay, you worshiping Satan. Come on.
The end of 21. To eat and to drink and to bless him who has created all things, and he has blessed and sanctified unto himself a peculiar people above all peoples, and that they should keep Sabbath together with us. And he caused this commandment to ascend as a sweet savor, acceptable before him all the days. There were 22 heads of mankind from Adam to Jacob, and 22 kinds of work were made on the seventh day. This is blessed and holy, and the former also is blessed and holy. And this one serves with that one for sanctification and blessing. And to this Jacob and his seed it was granted that they should always be blessed, and the holy ones of the first testimony and law, even as he had sanctified and blessed the Sabbath day on the seventh day. He created heaven and earth, and everything that he created in 6 days. And the Most High made the seventh day holy for all his works. Therefore he commanded on its behalf that whoever does any work thereon shall die, and that he who defiles it shall surely die. Wherefore do thou command the children of Israel to observe this day, that they may keep it holy, and do not thereon any work, and to defile it, as it is holier than all other days.
It is holier than all other days. Go on.
And whoever profanes it shall surely die, and whoever does thereon any work shall surely die eternally. And the children of Israel may observe this day throughout their generations, and be not rooted out of the land.
So if our forefathers would have followed this, they would not have been rooted out of the land of Israel. There would be no thing where it's talking about let's get back the Holy Land or the restoration like these imposters are claiming or trying to claim today. Number one, and I want to say this, here's a key here. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the world powers would restore the remnant of Israel back to Israel. Okay? That wasn't an act of the Most High. That was an act of the Roman Empire to take a land that doesn't belong to them. To decree. There was a decree under the Masonic order, under the Masons, under Albert Pike. Okay? In the turn of what you would call the 19th century, at the end of the 19th century. Okay? There was a decree that they would make wars, and under the cloud of these wars they created, they would eventually get a land that don't belong to them. Now, of course, we weren't claiming the land. Okay, we were picking cotton. We thought we were Hamites. We were celebrating. We listen. We just wanted to live from day to day without being whipped or raped. We weren't claiming the land. And when we did get some power and freedom and understanding, we wanted equality. What type of garbage is that? When the Most High said that he made us a people above all people on the face of the earth, you're going to relegate yourself to being equal to them? You know, Jewish people say, yeah, I need to be a part of this movement. They just want to be equal. While we just took their land. Who wants to be equal? What type of slave mentality is that? Well, we just want to be able to use the same bathroom. Can you let me into your restaurant, please? Equality? There's a black hand down the street. I have to go down there. I want to sit on your toilet. What type of mess is that? So right then they knew they had us. Like, listen, we can get behind this movement.
Right.
They want to be equal to us. You know, they was in the back room laughing. Just by means of asking for equality, being that they are the ones that can give it.
Exactly.
You're not equal. What type of mentality is that? They'll get behind that all day long because they know what's prophesied is greater than being equal. We don't want to be equal with these vermins. Look at this guy. You want to be equal with this guy here? He's like somebody about to get on a broom and fly off a building or something. Who wants to be equal with these vermins? Chapter and verse, come on.
Chapter 2, the end of verse 27. And whoever profanes it shall surely die, and whoever defile it, and whoever does thereon any work shall surely die eternally, that the children of Israel may observe this day throughout their generations, and not be rooted out of the land.
Come on.
For it is a holy day and a blessed day, and everyone who observes it and keeps Sabbath thereon from all his work will be holy and blessed throughout all days like unto us.
Come on.
Declare and say to the children of Israel, the law of this day, both they that should keep Sabbath thereon, and they that should not forsake it, in the error of their hearts.
In the error of the day, both they should keep the Sabbath, and they shall not forsake it in the error of their hearts. Come on.
And that it is not lawful to do any work thereon which is unseemly. To do thereon.
When it says to do work thereon which is unseemly, it's talking about servile work, okay? And understand this. Now that we're under grace, brothers and sisters, you should try to get the day off if you can, okay? But understand that if you have to exercise grace and can't get off a day, that if you're in Christ and praying in between and you're going to the bathroom, you're still giving the Lord his time, and asking him to cover you with grace and eventually get you off of that day, the Most High is still covering you under that grace. Okay? Come on.
To do thereon their own pleasure, and that they should not prepare thereon anything to be eaten or drunk, in which they had not prepared for themselves on the 6th day in their dwellings.
So that's a clear way of how to deal with the holy days. You prepare what you're going to eat that, during the 6th day. That's the law on it. Okay. Go on.
The end of verse 30. And they shall know, and they shall not bring in nor take out from the house to house on that day. For that day is more holy and blessed than any Jubilee day of the Jubilees.
Come on.
On this day we kept Sabbath in the heavens before it was made.
Verse
31. Before it was made known to any flesh to keep Sabbath thereon on the earth.
Come on.
And the creator of all things blessed it, but he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep Sabbath thereon.
He didn't sanctify all nations to keep it thereon, which means originally that wasn't a part of the original Noahic law. Now let me get that real quick, because I keep on mentioning Noahic law, right? Let me give them some understanding on that. There was a law in the beginning, right? Called the Noahide law under Noah, because Noah knew the commandments of the Most High. Right? So all nations originally didn't have everything that was given to Moses. But these are the laws Noah gave his sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. I need you to read the 7 laws of Noah. Read that.
It says, do not deny God.
Do not deny God, which is what? Exodus 20:1. Thou shalt not have no other God before the Most High. Read.
Do not blaspheme God.
Go on. That means idolatry and all those things. Read.
Do not murder.
Do not kill. Thou shalt not murder. Read.
Do not engage in illicit sexual relations.
Do not operate in what? Perversion and fornication. Homosexuality. Incest. On and on and on. Pedophilia. Adultery. Whoremongering. These are all the things. These laws weren't just given to Noah's son Shem. Okay. Ham and Japheth had these laws. Read.
Do not steal.
Do not steal.
Do not eat from a live animal.
Do not eat from a live animal. Talking about the drinking of blood and the eating of blood. Okay. All the nations were supposed to follow this. Read.
Establish courts or legal system to ensure obedience to said laws.
And the last law was to set up judges that would enforce those laws. Okay. To show you there was a law in the earth with the other nations. So when the Asians, Japheth, went into Asia, in the Asia Minor, which is the Asian people, what did they do? They established a law chiefly from the Noahic laws and began to fall from them. Same thing as the other nations. So Israel would receive the royal law at the very end, us coming into the land of Canaan, receiving the laws of Moses, and then right the whole world. Okay, that was the point. But the earth did have law. Right? Go to where you left off at, Elder Lawyer.
Jubilees 2 and the end of verse 31.
Come on.
And the creator of all things blessed it, but he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep Sabbath thereon, but Israel alone.
But Israel alone, read.
Them alone he permitted to eat and drink and to keep Sabbath thereon on the earth.
So that's why the nations, the Gentiles who are in position today, will tell you, well, when you deal with the Sabbath, that's for the Jews. That's why they make that disclaimer. They'll say, well, that's for the Jews or the Israelites. That's not for Gentiles. Knowing the original law. That originally, it wasn't meant for them. It was meant for us. But the Gentiles would eventually, through time, be converted and begin to follow the Sabbath. But it wasn't forced on them. Right? Go on.
The end of verse 32. And the creator of all things blessed this day which he had created for blessing and holiness and glory above all days.
Now, what they did to us, brothers and sisters, on that point, knowing that the Gentiles weren't originally commanded to follow this day, they began to teach us in these churches and these other institutions that we were Gentiles. Okay? And being that we see that was a law given to the Israelites originally, we would be like, well, that's for them. But I can follow Christ in my heart. I don't need that. See, that's another trick they played on us. Making us believe we were Gentiles. Then, that means we weren't, as a people, obligated to follow that law. That's another trick they did in Christianity. They did to us. We aren't Gentiles. We're Israelites. Okay? Come on.
The end of verse 32. And the creator of all things blessed this day which he had created for blessing and holiness and glory above all days.
Come on.
This law and testimony was given to the children of Israel as a law forever unto their generations.
Unto their generations. Read.
Chapter 3.
One moment. Let's go directly to chapter 6.
Jubilees chapter 6, verse 1.
Matter of fact, let's go to chapter 5. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to chapter 5, and I'm going to show you an example of how the holy days links to the heavens. And they were linked to the heavens under Sabbaths well before there was any such man as Moses. See, this was showed to Moses why the holy days were important before Israelites was born as a nation. The holy days were being followed in the heavens well before we received them. Let me give you an example. Let's go to the book of Jubilees, the 5th chapter, and let's start at like the 17th. Let me get it here. The 5th chapter, I got that. One moment.
Maybe verse 20, the end of verse 20, around here, or around 21. And he commanded Noah to make an ark. It starts going up to the Jubilees.
Hold on one second. Let me get this. I had it marked. The 5th chapter. One moment. That's it. Yeah, that's it. The 6th chapter is what I want. Right? Go straight to the 6th chapter. I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start at 6 and 1. Read.
Jubilees 6 and 1.
Yes.
And on the new moon of the 3rd month, he went forth from the ark and brought an altar on that mountain.
Come on.
And built an altar on that mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a kid and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For everything that had been on it had been destroyed, save those that were in the ark with Noah. And he placed the fat thereof on the altar. And he took an ox and a goat and a sheep and kids and salt and a turtle dove and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and burnt thereon an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and strewed frankincense over everything.
Come on.
And caused a goodly savor to arise, acceptable before the Lord. And the Lord smelt the goodly savor, and he made a covenant with him, that there should not be any more a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease. Cold and heat and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. And you increase ye and multiply upon the earth, and become many upon it, and be a blessing upon it. The fear of you and the dread of you will I inspire in everything that is on earth and in the sea. And behold, I have given unto you all beasts and all winged things, and everything that moves on the earth, and the fish in the water, and all things for food. As the green herb have I given you all things to eat. But flesh with the life thereof, with the blood, ye shall not eat. For the life of all flesh is in the blood, lest your blood of your lives be required. At the hand of every man At the hand of every beast will I require the blood of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. In you increase ye and multiply on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh.
That's talking about eating rare food. That's against the law of the Most High. This law was implemented during Noah's time. Right? You can see this. Read.
And he made a covenant before the Lord, verse 11, before the Lord God forever throughout all generations of the earth in this month. On this account he spake to thee that thou shouldest make a covenant with the children of Israel in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that thou shouldest sprinkle blood upon them because of all the words of the covenant which the Lord had made with them forever. And this testimony is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beast or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth. And the man who eats the blood of beast or of cattle or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And do thou command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be before the Lord our God continually. And for this law there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue supplicating on your behalf with blood before the altar. Every day and at every time of morning and evening they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf perpetually before the Lord, that they may keep it and be not rooted out. And he gave to Noah and to his sons a sign that there should not again be a flood on the earth. He set his bow in the cloud for a sign.
He set his bow in the cloud for a sign. And see, the Satanists have scorned and have blasphemed the Most High by relating the rainbow or the bow in relation to the sodomite agenda, to the homosexuals. They know that that was an agreement to the Most High. So out of all symbols to utilize, they would use that symbol to do what? Not to have us remember the Most High who saved our forefather through a flood, and to actually reverence the God who destroyed the sodomites in the flood. No, they would take that as a symbol so that when you see it, you are related to them, to the people who are destroyed, and make a covenant with them instead of the God who destroyed them. They could have used any symbol. Why the bow? Why the rainbow? They know that's the Most High agreement with us. They have stolen the Most High's agreement with man and made it an emblem for fornication and evil. Read.
The middle of 16. He set his bow in the cloud for a sign of the eternal covenant, that there should not again be a flood on the earth to destroy it all the days of the earth.
Come on.
For this reason, it is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets that they should celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year.
It's written on the heavenly tablets that they should what?
Celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year.
They would celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month, what?
Once a year.
A year. Now, examine that, brothers and sisters. So this is showing us what happened during Noah's time, right? When after the Most High saved Noah and his family through the flood, he gave a bow in the earth at a particular day. And he says in the future, that will be worshiped as what? The Feast of Weeks. Are you seeing this? And he says on the heavenly tables. Some may ask, well, what are the heavenly tables? The constellations. So from year to year on a certain day, they are aligned to show that day when the Most High did what? Have a bow come down between heaven and earth as an agreement with the Most High. Right? But then if you look at the Feast of Weeks from the time of Passover, that would be what? The Feast of Weeks. Or that would be first fruits. 7 Sabbaths from the time of the Passover, the Holy Spirit came down and made an agreement with the disciples on that same day. The same day the agreement was made with Noah, an agreement was made with us. Future tense. And the heavens from year to year, even though our people fell off course from it, from year to year, the angels still align themselves in the heavenly tables on that particular day. So don't tell me the holy days aren't important. We're just not aligned with them correctly. The book of Jubilees, the 6th chapter, shows us, gives us the insight on how to align ourselves right with them. Right? Come on.
The end of verse 17. For this reason, it is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets that they should celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year.
To renew the covenant every year, read.
And this whole festival was celebrated in heaven from the day of creation till the days of Noah.
Look at that. They were following that holy day before Moses during the time of creation, which is the same day that the Holy Spirit came down on the disciples in the future. So the disciples had to know the correct time of calculations of weeks according to what? The ancient schedule. How to connect ourselves and align ourselves again with the heavenly tables. The Most High gave us that information. The Jewish people, when we fell, threw it off on purpose. So that even though we'll call the Passover, we really wouldn't be celebrating the Passover with the heavenly tables, with what they're doing in heaven, aligned with the Most High. And even though we're on the Feast of Weeks of First Fruits, according to Jewish people, we would still not be following first fruits. They did that on purpose. See? I'm going to show you how also. Bear with me. Right? Verse, come on.
The end of verse 18. And this whole festival was celebrated in heaven from the day of creation to the days of Noah. 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. Death, and Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years till the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death, his sons did away with it until the days of Abraham.
See that? Noah's sons did away with the feast that was celebrated in the heavens. Up until when?
Until the days of Abraham.
Until the days of Abraham. Read.
And they eat blood. But Abraham observed it, and Isaac and Jacob and his children observed it up until thy days. And in thy days the children of Israel forget it until ye celebrate it anew on this mountain. And do thou command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all their generations.
In all their generations.
For a commandment unto them.
As a commandment unto them. Now, why do the Most High say we're not to deal with the eating and drinking of blood? Well, on the Gentiles' festivals, you would never guess what they do. They drink blood. They do child sacrifice, and they drink the blood, even of animals and all that. They'll kill the animal as a sacrifice for a particular purpose, or if they want to win a war, or if they want to get prosperity. And guess what they do? They'll kill the animal. The animal will fall there, and they'll hold the blood and have cups up under whatever animal they sacrifice, and they'll pass out the cups to the priest. And the priest will mark their faces and drink the blood of that animal on their holy day. That's what's going on the holy days that the Jewish people are celebrating. Okay? When they're sacrificing bulls and all that, their wizards are doing just that on a day that we think is just a day of Passover for Christ. But they purposely moved it out of course. And I'm going to show you this. So they'll have us as Hebrews everywhere, believing that we're following a holy day based on the calculations the Jewish people gave us, the same way they gave us the star of Moloch. You think they would stop with just the star of Moloch? Let me show you here. Come on now.
The middle of verse 21.
Yes.
One day in the year and this month they shall celebrate the festival, for it is the feast of weeks and the feast of first fruits.
And the feast of first fruits. Go on.
This feast is twofold and of a double nature. According to what is written and engraven concerning it, celebrate it. For I have written in the book of the first law, in that which I have written for thee, that thou shouldest celebrate it in its season, one day in the year. And I explained to thee its sacrifices, that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it through their generations in this month, one day in every year.
One day in every year. Go on.
23. And on the new moon of the first month,
On the new moon of the first month,
and on the new moon of the fourth month,
and then on the new moon of the fourth month,
and on the new moon of the seventh month,
and the new moon of the seventh month,
and on the new moon of the 10th month,
the new moon of the 10th month,
are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons, and the 4 divisions of the year.
and the 4 divisions of the year. Right? So how do we know what these new moons are when according to the word of the Most High, he said that we would begin to make festivals falsely with the new moons. Right? So what is a new moon according to what the Jewish people are dealing with, opposed to the new moon the Most High set with us from the beginning? Right? How do we calculate those new moons is what you might ask. You'll have that today also. Read it. Mark that verse you left off at there.
Verse 23.
23. We're going back to 23 in a moment.
The end of verse 23.
Come on.
These are written and ordained as a testimony forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as a feast for the generations forever.
For how long?
Forever.
Forever. Right? Come on.
So that they have become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new moon of the first month he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth.
Come on.
And on the new moon of the fourth month.
So each season, right? The first month going into what we call spring, he did what? He began to build the ark. Right? Now, when summer came, read.
And on the new moon of the fourth month.
Let's go to the second.
And on the new, this is 26. And on the new moon of the fourth month, the mouth of the depths of the abyss beneath were closed.
Come on.
And on the new moon of the seventh month.
So when it says the abyss was closed, so you had the spring, right? When he began to build the ark, then the summer, which is the fourth month, what happened?
And on the new moon of the fourth month, the mouths of the depths of the abyss beneath were closed.
Go
and
on.
On the new moon of the seventh month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad.
A full, complete year. Right? He began to build. Then what? The depths started coming down with the next quarter. Then with the next quarter, the water started to recede. And then at the next quarter, in the next quarter, you can see the top of the mountains. The water started going back into their places. A complete year. Now, how long is that? We'll show you the secrets of the times, which align with the high holy days. Right? Come on.
The end of verse 28. And on this account he ordained them for himself as feast for a memorial forever.
So that's when they were ordained to be kept as what? New moons or new months, as a memorial to remember when the Most High gave a command for the ark to be built, up until the time where the waters begin to recede after judgment. See, and that's why those feasts are kept as a memorial amongst Hebrews. That's why they were kept amongst Israelites, not just to mark the seasons in remembrance of the fall and the destruction of mankind that scorned the Most High, what? Pre-flood. when the angels came down and began to deal with women and bring forth Nephilim and bring forth technology and evil and sin that would eventually kill the sons of the Most High. We ought to remember that judgment through what? Those months. Right? A complete year. What they call spring, summer, fall, winter. Right? Come on.
The end of verse 28. On this account he ordained them for himself as feasts for a memorial forever, and thus are they ordained.
Come on.
Verse 29. And they placed them on the heavenly tablets, each at 13 weeks, from one to another passed from their memorial.
Come on.
From the first to the second, from the second to the third, from the third to the fourth, and all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days.
How many?
52 weeks of days.
So according to the Most High in the beginning, we would have what? 52 weeks. So the division of years of that year will be what? 52 weeks. Right? So that's Sabbaths. That's 52 Sabbaths, which make a complete year, according to the original scrolls. And that's before we fell to Babylon now. Right? 52 weeks is what? 364 days. That's aligned with the heavenly tables. I don't care what they do today with the leap year, with what they do with, daylight savings time, or say, well, it's out of whack, so we're going to try to put it back in whack next year. It doesn't matter what they do. The heavenly tables and the constellations link in directly with the earth on a cycle of 364 years. So we ignore the Gentiles because we know they're crazy already. Let's go back to the beginning and realize the Most High told us from the beginning to remember the Sabbath and calculate 52 Sabbaths for a complete year according to the heavens. Right? Is it coming clear to you now? Because in this calculation, we have the holy days back again. 364 days. Read it where you left off, Elder Lawyer.
Mm-hmm. The middle of 30.
Come on.
And all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days.
Yes.
And these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraven and ordained on the heavenly tablets.
So in the heavens, that means the heavenly tablets, the heavenly tables are the constellations. They don't care what laws are being passed within this earth by the Gentiles. They're in total alignment and in cycles that was created from the beginning with the Most High 364. They don't care what these simple stargazers are coming up with, and these so-called procrastinators and these so-called calendar makers in the earth. They could care less about them. The nations have to continually change their calendars and change their dates and all that. Why? Because they don't want to resolve time according to how it was calculated in the beginning. So are we going to get our holy days from them? I'm going to go into them in one moment. The Bible says, Daniel says they shall think to change time and laws. That would make us think that it's a day, the Lord's day, when it's really a satanic day under them, under their God. Right? Come on.
31. And there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year.
You could never neglect the calculation of 364 days. It's not 365. It's not 364 and 3/4. Read.
32. And command thou the children of Israel that they may observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days.
Read.
And these will constitute a complete year.
These will constitute a what?
A complete year.
A complete year. Read.
And they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feast, for everything will fall out in them according to their testimony. and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect...
Hold up. If you do this 364, Israel, you will not disturb what?
Any days,
Any days,
nor disturb any feast.
nor disturb any feast. What feast? The feasts that were written in the heavenly tables from the beginning. That means you will be aligned with the heavenly feasts that were from the beginning on your high holy day. If you follow the 52 Sabbaths. Come on.
But if they do neglect,
But if Israel do neglect,
and do not observe them according to his commandment,
see that? Go on.
then they will disturb all their seasons,
Go on.
and the years will be dislodged from this order, and they will disturb the seasons and the years, and will not find the path of the years.
They will not find the path of the years. That's why most people believe they're in 2017 right now. And that's a lie also. Read.
And will forget the new moon,
And will forget the new moons
and seasons,
and seasons
and Sabbaths,
and Sabbaths.
and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth will I declare it unto thee, and that it is not of my own devising, for the book lies written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained. Lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles.
And they'll begin to walk according to the feast of the Gentiles. And it's talking about the Jewish people too. Chiefly these people. Right? So when we begin to understand the deception through Christianity, we fall to a higher deception. These guys. Read on.
To the feast of the Gentiles after their error and after their ignorance.
Now here's the Gentiles' error. What will the Gentiles do? Read.
The end of 36. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon.
They will begin to chiefly make observations of the moon. So instead of having a year come in connection with the sun and the moon, they would chiefly begin to deal with the lunar first. But in the book of Enoch, it tells you the sun, which is a greater light, is male, and the moon is the lesser light, which is female. Right? So the moon really follows the sun through portals. But they would reverse it and say, you know what? We're going to make the moon the chief deity of worship. Okay? And we will calculate our years according to her. Now, when did this happen? This happened amongst the Gentiles, and it was celebrated in worship during the time of Babylon. I'm going to go there. In honor of Ashtoreth or Semiramis. So they begin to calculate everything according to the quote unquote moon. Now, this is where people go off at, or where you may get deterred, because you see the word moon there, right? But really, that word is not speaking about the moon in the sky. It's actually the word month there, opposed to the great light. When you read Jubilees, it's saying month, not moon. I'm going to prove that in a moment. Right? So go on, Elder Lawyer.
The rest of 36.
Come on.
How it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year.
So let's just say, like Jewish people are doing today, they set up their holy days, Passover and all that according to the moon, opposed to the 52 Sabbaths, right? That means they'll wait a certain time at the slither of the moon and begin to count for the year. Now, how is that an error, you might ask? Listen to what the Most High gave Moses. Read.
How it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon.
It comes in what?
10 days too soon.
10 days too soon. Why? Because a lunar or a moon annual cycle is 354 days. See? It's not an even days of 52, which is 364. 52 weeks. It's not an even calculation. So by that coming in 10 days too soon, it throws off the Sabbaths and the seasons, which means if you follow the moon, each year, the Passover and the holy days and all that is going to fall out of course. Even your Sabbaths will fall out of course because now it's 10 days off from year to year, which means what? A year coming earlier, 10 days from year to year. So what happens if the year come in early, 10 days each year, and 500 years go by? You really think you're in what? You really think you're in 2017, and you're not. Or you understand? Because what? The years go by faster, not according to the correct calculation. But something else happens here. Read.
37, the end of 37.
Come on.
For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony.
They will make an abominable day the day of testimony. See? So by them following the moon, they will now make a satanic day the day that the Most High gave us. So it'll be a day the Most High labeled as a holy day, and it'll really be a satanic day. See? That's what happened. Come on.
And an unclean day, a feast day.
And we will make an unclean day a feast day. Why? Because we're not aligned with the heavenly tables 364 days. So we'll think we're following the Passover. Okay? We'll think we're following the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We'll think we're following the Day of Atonement. But yet, nothing is going on in the heavens while you're doing it. You just made an unclean day a day of the Most High. Who taught us that? These people. These people. I'm going to go there. Bear with me. Come on.
And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees.
See that? Read.
For this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death the children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only.
They will not make the days of the year 364 days only. Read.
And for this reason they will go wrong as to the new moons.
They will go wrong according to the new moons.
And seasons.
And seasons.
And Sabbaths.
And Sabbaths.
And festivals.
And festivals.
And they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh.
Why? Because now we're linked into the Gentiles who are doing that on their holy days. Right? Now, our people began to do it. I'm going to go there. But before I go there, let me show you something here. Right? Now, this is on the calendar here. Right? Let me show you here. Right? Here's the calendar, right? Now, the full breakdown is actually in the calendar. But here's an example, right? You'll see here where it says new moon. Let me get here so you can see it here. You'll see where it says here new moon. That's really the first day of the year. It have nothing to do with the moon. It's the new month after equal parts night and day in the winter. Right? So you have the first day, right? Then you have three months go by, and then you have what you call spring, right? 3 months go by, then you have what you call fall. 3 months go by, and you'll have what you call winter. So that's the first month, the fourth month, the seventh month, and the 10th month written of in the book of Jubilees. Right? The 10th month, then you count 90 days and it starts a new year. Now, how does this breaks down to 364 days, you might ask? Well, you got 30 days from each month, month to month, and then between the 30 days, the 90 days, excuse me, you have an intercalary day, which is new moon. So this is a Sabbath for the first day of the year, first month, right? Fourth month, seventh month, and 10th month. And you have 90 days in between each of them. You have 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, 30, 30, 31, which means what? 364 days. So this is not a new moon. It means a new month, a division between seasons. Right? Now, why is this important? Well, if I'm on this day, which is the first day of a year, which brings in the quote unquote springtime, and it's not according to the springtime they're showing you for the spring solstice on their calculations, which they usually do March the 20th or whatever. It's not that. It's when there's equal parts night and day. We already did the calculations. So here it is, the first day, right? If I count 7 days from that, that's going to be Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Right? If I count 14 days from there, that's going to be what? Communion or Passover night. Which is going to be on a Friday. So each year, being that I'm dealing with a 364-day calculation, each year the Passover is going to be at a fixed time each year. But what happens if I follow the moon? If you follow the moon in the sky, brothers and sisters, this will totally be thrown off, like it says in Jubilees. And that's what the Jewish people taught us to do when we woke up as Hebrews. On the calendar, it breaks the whole thing down. So you'll know that the Passover falls on what? A Friday night every year. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is the feast for the Passover, is sundown the next night. It's that simple. And it's on the calendar. Even if you don't get the calendar for nothing else but this calculation and what we have in scriptures, it's well worth it. Right? Now, I need you to check this out. Going into the Bible. Only a few. Bear with us here. Let's go to, what happened there?
Thing dropped.
All right. Is it back?
Yeah. Just need to stop.
Okay, good. One moment. Okay, we apologize for that. We're right back here. Okay. Now, going into that, according to the book of Jubilees, there's 364 days, right? within a year according to the heavens. Okay? The earth was made in that same course. All right? Now, instead of going into how the nations, especially when the Romans came on the scene, to begin to make their own calendars and all that to try to throw off the time, right? Instead of going into that, let's go into a time before that where the Babylonians were operating, okay? Because that's who we fell to. And don't forget, the Most High said what? He says there would come a time where our people would begin to resolve the years according to the moon. And that would throw off all the high holy days. Well, how is that an issue for us today? Well, we being Israelites, when we get the truth, we come out of paganism, denounce Christianity, mind you. And then we say, well, okay, since we don't no longer do Christmas and Easter, we must follow the holy days in Leviticus 23. But we resolve that because we don't know the calculation. We as a people go directly to the Jewish people's calendar and begin to set up our days after that without the knowledge of how the Jewish people came to that conclusion of how to calculate holy days. Mind you, they're the synagogue of Satan too, okay? But all in all, by default, coming out of captivity, we look to them for our holy days. Right? Now, you can't blame no one for that. We can't blame some group or other people for doing that, because why? How else were we to do it? We kind of figured, since they were following Judaism, that, they had that calculation correct. Right? But they didn't. They are operating under that cycle of Gentiles in worshiping and acknowledging the moon for holy days. Right? So our priests begin to go off. Let's go to Jeremiah 23 and 9 real quick. So our priests went off while we were in Babylon. Now, our God, the Most High God of Israel, warned Moses that our people would begin to do this. So I'm going to show you in the Bible where it happened. Right? Let's go to Jeremiah 23, 9 through 13.
Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 9. Salakia, my heart within me is broken because of the prophets. All my bones shake. I am like a drunken man and like a man whom wine have overcome, because of the Lord and because of the words of his holiness.
Come on.
For the land is full of adulterers, for because of swearing the land mourneth. The pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their force is not right. For both prophet and priest are profane. Yea, in my house have I found their wickedness, saith the Lord. Wherefore their way shall be unto them as slippery ways in the darkness.
Come on.
They shall be driven on and fall therein. For I will bring upon them even the year of their visitation, saith the Lord. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria. They prophesied in Baal and caused my people Israel to err.
See that? We began to deal with Baal in what? In Babylon. And this is talking about the prophets and the priests of Israel, brothers and sisters. So, but through that, the prophets and the priests began to teach the people to err. Right? Go on.
Jumping down to verse 25.
We go into 25, read.
I have heard what the prophets said that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yea, they are the prophets of the deceit of their own heart.
Come on.
Which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal.
So we've forgotten the Most High God for Baal. I'm speaking of the kings and the priests. Now, those that were worshiping Baal, we're also dealing with the calculation of time, resolving yearly time through the moon. Let's go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah 25:8.
Jeremiah 25, verse 8.
Come on.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, because ye have not heard my words,
Come on.
behold, I will send and take all the families of the earth, saith the Lord, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will bring them against this land and against the inhabitants thereof.
So we began to go off, and what did the Most High do? He sent Nebuchadnezzar against us, against our forefathers. Read.
And will bring them against this land and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about, and will utterly destroy them and make them an astonishment and an hissing and perpetual desolations.
Come on.
Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstones and the light of the candle. And this whole land shall be a desolation and an astonishment, and these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And it shall come to pass when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolations.
So this is showing that our people, our kings and priests fell, and eventually we were under the power of the Babylonians. So how does that relate to the holy days we're following now? Well, you're going to find what we fell to and under is what the Jewish people established under Judaism today. What better way to keep the children of Israel captive under Babylon than to set up a Babylonian system in which even if they wake up, they will look to the Jewish people for holy days and understanding on how to connect back to the God of the Torah. But what the Jewish people didn't tell you, right, was that their religion is a Babylonian religion. It's what we fell to. So what happens? We leave the Babylonian religion of Christianity and fall to the Babylonian worships in Judaism, believing we're following the law, statutes, and commandments and the holy days of the Most High. Now, I want you to look at your screen. I'm going to share this with you. Get that. What we have on your screen here, right? Now, our calendar, speaking of the Hebrew calendar, the Israelite calendar of Jubilees is 364 days. But what I have before you here is the Babylonian calendar. I want you to check something out. This is what the Jewish people follow, right? Season 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? I need you to read what it says here, Elder Lawyer. For the first month.
Month 1, month of the sanctuary.
Go on.
Month 2, month of the bull.
Month of the bull was the second month of the Babylonians. No wonder the Jewish people have Baal or the bull as their symbol of commerce in all their high places. You know, the stock market, you name it, you will see what? You will see the bull. That came from Babylon. Read.
Month number 3, Orah Simanu.
Okay. Month number 4.
It says month of Tammuz.
Okay. Now, check this out. Month of Tammuz. Who is Tammuz? The Babylonian virgin child being worshipped in modern day Christianity under the title of Christ. So people believe that Judaism and Christianity are separate when it's the same spirit over both to divide us. It says here, the presiding deities in month in month 1 is Anu and Baal. That's who's worshipped in month 1. Month 2, the deity Ea is worshipped. Month 3, Sin is worshipped. Month Month 4, Tammuz. Month 6, Ishtar. On and on and on. Now, Now, I'm showing you this to show you that this is what the Jewish people follow on their Jewish calendars. And they're operating according to the moon. Right? It says, read this here, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. It says the Babylonian calendar was a lunisolar calendar with years consisting of 12 lunar months. 12
lunar months.
Each beginning when a new crescent moon was first sighted low on the western horizon at sunset.
At sunset. So they deal with what? They deal with the slither of the moon, where it says right here, a new crescent moon. And that's, we find the crescent moon in Islam with the star. When they see that, they calculate their times. See that? Against the command the Most High gave Moses in the book of Jubilees. Now, the majority of Israelites today, they worship the Passover and their holy days off of this same schedule. And you know what? They're not doing it on purpose. It's in total ignorance. So we're not blaming them. But it's an error. They've made the Most High's day a what? A profane day. Now, they didn't do it. They learned it from the Jewish people. Right? Now, when you get an opportunity, you need to just look up on your own the Babylonian calendar. That's when we began to do holy days, our holy days, under the Babylonian schedule. Therefore, the Most High said what? Let's go to the book of Isaiah, the 1st chapter.
Isaiah chapter 1, verse 10.
Read.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye rulers of Sodom. Give ear unto the law of our God, ye people of Gomorrah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord?
Read.
I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks, or of lambs, or of he-goats. When ye come to appear before me, who have required this at your hand to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with.
Now, you would see some people, like Christians, will go to this scripture and say, well, the holy days are done away with through ignorance. Right? The Most High gave us the holy days in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, and now he says away with it, right? Not realizing what happened. The reason the Most High said away with it. We began to do these days on days outside of the course of the heavenly realm. See? We made a righteous day a profane day, like the Most High said we would do after falling to the Gentiles. Are you following me? I know I'm taking this nice and slow so that you can do the research and follow us and not be thrown off going forward with the Gentiles' deceptions. Right? So this is why the Most High say, get this away from me and tread in my courts. Because why? It was totally out of course with the heavenly realm. Okay? It wasn't aligned within the heavenly tables. So the Most High said, when the priest went off, go ahead, get out of here with that. You'd rather not even celebrate it at all if you're going to do it with the Gentiles outside of my command from the beginning. Are you following me here? Go on.
The rest of 13. I cannot away with. It is iniquity.
It is sin.
even the solemn meeting.
Even your solemn meeting. So what? So if Israelites are doing this the same time the Jewish people are, this is what the Most High is saying to you. Okay? This is what the Most High is saying to you. We usually apply these scriptures strictly to Christians, not realizing it's being broken within the parameters of Judaism, or those who call themselves Jews or Israelites. Come on.
Verse 14. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth.
He says the Most High hate what we're doing. He hate these feasts. Why? It's not according to what he set up. Okay? He hate them. Now we're doing the new moons instead of counting the months. You have people actually out there now looking at the moon to see when the moon operates for the first cycle of the moon. When the moon comes in 10 days early each year, their cycle is finished before the year is done. Okay? So all of your holy days are off. That's what the Most High is saying. All of them. I don't care what you're calling them. And you can't say you're doing it going forward in ignorance when the Most High is establishing the understanding that was there from the beginning. You cannot now say, well, I'm just doing it out of my heart. The Most High understand my ignorance and he know that I'm doing it for this reason. Not if you've been shown what's right. Remember the Sabbath. There's 52 Sabbaths, 364 days. Get your mind off of the moon. That moon translates to what? It translates to month. What month? The month in course of the changing of seasons, according to the 364-day schedule. Period. Come on.
Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth.
It says, my soul hateth. Go on.
They are trouble unto me.
They are trouble unto the Most High.
I am weary to bear them. And when ye spread forth your hands,
So when you get together on your holy days,
I will hide my eyes from you.
the Most High says he will hide his eyes from you. We would like to apply this only to Christmas. Right? But brothers and sisters, our people back then on these holy days, they were ascribing the Most High holy days to these satanic days. Right? That's what they were doing. When you go back to Jubilees, it tells us what we would begin to do. Make the Most High's day a profane day, a day of sin and evil, outside of the command of the Most High. Right? So we'll tell the Christians, well, hold up now. You shouldn't be celebrating Christmas. You shouldn't be celebrating Easter. When they should be telling you, well, you shouldn't be following the satanic Babylonian holy days and ascribing the Most High's holy days to Gentile days. They can tell you the same thing. Are you following me here? Finish reading what verse you left off at, Elder Lawyer.
The middle of 15.
Matter of fact, let's go to Amos 5 and 21. Amos 5 and 21.
Amos chapter 5, verse 21.
Come on.
I despise your feast days.
The Bible says he hate and despise our feast days. Now, is it talking about the feast days he gave us from the beginning in Leviticus 23 and what he gave us in the book of Jubilees? No, he loved those. He hate what we did with them. What did we do with them? When you go back to you go back to the book of Jubilees, it tells us that we will begin to deal with the days according to the moon. 354 days. And it will throw each day out of course. And we'll make a righteous day a profane day. We're saying it's the Passover and nothing is going on in the heavens at the same time we're dealing with the Passover on earth. Following the Jewish people. Following these Satanists here. Okay? Following these guys. That's how it works. Okay. Follow me here. Chapter and verse.
Amos 5:21. I despise your feast days.
I despise your feast days.
And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
And I will not smell in your solemn assembly.
Though you offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beast. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols.
I'm not hearing this. Why? Because the Most High know that all of the Israelites, even back in the Old Testament, who fell to Babylon, began to do all his holy days under Satan, outside the course that was given from the beginning. It's quite that simple. All the people that was at the Passover during this time, they thought they were celebrating the Passover. They went off because the priest and the prophets led our people astray. Okay? Are you following me here? So it's in the book of Jubilees for whoever would like to actually follow the original course. Well before Moses came on the scene. Right? Now, let's go to Leviticus 23. Then I'm going to show you how to follow the holy days according to the Most High going forward. Right? Do me a favor real quick also, Elder Lawyer, and in the book of Enoch. Let's get Enoch real quick. 72, 32 through 33. Now, of course, if you would like, brothers and sisters, go to gathertochrist.org and get yourself a calendar, even if it's just for the calculations, to understand where you should be on a 364 days calendar according to the holy days. Everything is right there. You have it? Wow. Thank you. A simpler read, right? I need you to get, we're going straight to Enoch, straight to it. The 72nd chapter, 32 through 33. Right? Because some people might ask, well, how do we know, the Gathered of Christ Church and those that are studying here, how do we know that we're on the right days according to the Most High? Right? When it says they shall think to change times and laws, the Gentiles didn't change the number of days. They just named them. Okay? So it's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even though they call it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Right? But how do we know to calculate correctly? Well, we did what the Most High said. With these records, the Most High said in Revelations that the earth will help the woman. It was speaking about the records from what? The Qumran caves that was found. The book of Enoch is one of those records. So at the very end, the Most High would begin to reveal the truth to undo the lies. Right? Let's go to the book of Enoch 72 and 32.
Enoch 72 and 32.
And why am I going here? This is how we know how to calculate the full year. Right? Read.
On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364.
300 and what?
364.
364 days. Read.
33. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun, these distinctions are made.
These distinctions are made. So Enoch 72, 32 to 33 is giving you what? The last day of a year. The last day of a year, there's equal parts night and equal parts day. So if I know when the last day of the year is, I then know the first day of the year is what? The next day. So because the Most High said, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy, 52 Sabbaths, I know that the last day of the year, equal parts night, equal parts day, is the last Sabbath of the year. And after that begins what? Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. That's the calculation that the Most High gave us from the beginning. And that's what the Most High have given us to follow in these last days. Resolving the curse of our fathers. See? So we know that every year the Passover is on what? You got it. Passover night, when the disciples sat with Christ, was Friday night. The next day was the feast, which will be the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's what this church is following, which was established in the heavenly tables from the beginning. So if you all out there are seeing people with holy days on other days outside of what we're showing you, you'll know they're following these guys through ignorance. They're following these guys through ignorance. We're not going to fault them, because our brothers who are dealing with the holy days, you know, they didn't have the calculation of Jubilees. I know they had to go to the source of those who was actually worshiping Passover and all that. So when some of the forerunners in our modern time, when we needed to figure out how to do this, we were going to Jewish synagogues and asking them for matzah, crackers, and wine, and how they do certain things. We didn't get our celebrations out of the Bible. We got our celebrations in the Western world from them. And they are Babylonians. Even the Jewish calendar on holy days and their months are Babylonian names. Look at it. So we're not going to fault our brothers who are doing the best they can. You understand? But for you newer people who may see these videos, this is to resolve it for you to know why you'll never see the days we follow, as far as the holy days are concerned, on the same days as others. Right? Come on. And I wanted to show that in the book of Enoch. So that's how years ago the Most High gave it to us. It was equal parts night, equal parts day, according to the East. And you know what? That last equal parts night and equal parts day, you would never guess what day that fell on. Friday sundown, the last day of the year, right on point. And you know what? The Most High have had us on schedule ever since, from year to year. That means when that intercalary day comes in, boom, automatically you can tell the season has begun to change. Like clockwork. Like clockwork. Equal parts night, equal parts day, Friday night to Saturday night sundown. Then it's the first day of the year. So we couldn't keep this to ourselves. So what we do? We even put it out there in lessons well before we made a calendar. But for those, you know, those brothers and sisters who it might take longer to figure out, we put it in this calendar so that you can actually research it and see it yourself with all the research in it. So you can keep track of time, right? You'll see the regular days of weeks. You'll see the regular days of weeks. That's us last Passover. All praise be to them. You'll see what the calendar says, and you'll know how the holy days are resolved by looking at a regular calendar. Right? And you can keep your notes right over here. Okay? A very, very, very good tool. Okay? For your learning and to get back on course as the Most High's people, right? Now, let's get Leviticus 23 and 1.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1.
Come on.
And the Most High Ahiah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, Concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations.
Yeah.
Even these are my feasts.
Even these are my feasts. Now, these feasts are resolved with a 364-day calendar. That's a year. 52 Sabbaths, period. That's how you resolve these days. Okay? Again, why can't you do this by looking at the slither of the moon? Why? Again, like it told us in the book of Jubilees, a moon yearly cycle comes in 10 days early each year. So it'll just throw you off from year to year. That means each year, your Passover will be on a different day. The Most High is not a God of confusion. Okay. It's not going to be on a Friday this day and on a Wednesday next year or a Thursday next year, or it's total confusion. Satan did that. Read on.
Verse 3. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest.
Come on.
In holy convocation ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. And the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
It's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So as you can see, we'll follow the second Sabbath of the year, which is a Friday night, will be the Lord's Passover. Like next week, right? Next week will be what? The 11th will be what? The new month, or what this world may call the new moon. It'll be the new month, though, according to the sun and the moon cycle together. It'll be the new month. Springtime next week. See? Then we count another Sabbath, and it'll be what? New month, a Sabbath, then another Sabbath, which is 14 days later, it'll be what? It'll be Passover. It's quite that simple. Right? Read it.
Verse 6. And on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. And the first day ye shall have an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. And the seventh day is an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest
Come on.
unto the priest. And ye shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you on the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it.
Come on.
And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf an he lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto the Lord.
Come on.
And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour.
Now we know we don't deal with meat sacrifice because Christ is our sacrifice. Right? Go on.
And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil.
Yeah.
An offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the fourth part of an hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your God.
Go on.
It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations.
How long?
Forever throughout your generations.
But when we begin to sin with it, the Most High says, listen, I hate and despise your feast days. You fell to the Babylonians. You're doing my holy days with the Babylonians. But really, it was meant to be what? It was meant to be a holy convocation for all of our generations until we defiled it by following the Gentiles, by following these Satanists. So they didn't only just inject it to Tetragrammaton. They didn't just do this to Baal. Okay? These demons. Okay? They defiled the Most High's day and delivered those days to us when we begin to awaken in captivity. Come on.
The rest of 14. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete.
Come on.
Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Lord. And ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2 tenth deals. They shall be of fine flour, they shall be baken with leaven.
And it says 7 Sabbaths. So what is that? Seven Sabbaths from the Passover was a holy day, or is a holy day, called first fruits. So Christ was crucified after the Passover. 7 Sabbaths went by, and the Most High did what? He sent forth his promise from on high, the Holy Spirit, the gospel, the new path for Israel to enter the kingdom of heaven. He had a new establishment with Christ's first fruit, who are who? The apostles. And with the apostles' doctrine. They were able to receive that spirit, being what? Being aligned with the Most High's heavenly, what you would call the heavenly tables or tablets. They were there from the Passover to the 7 Sabbaths where the Holy Spirit came down, so that the gospel can be taught throughout the 4 corners of the earth to our brothers who are divided through languages. Okay? Why? The disciples followed the correct holy days. Now, let me clear something up, because you would have some that would look at those holy days and say, well, the Most High's not dealing with them no more. They'll say, well, listen, the Most High say do away with them. Well, if that's the case, how was Christ crucified after the Passover? And why were the disciples in one place 7 Sabbaths later? Why? Because they were following the correct Passover and holy days. So our people, our kings, and our priests and prophets went off in Babylon and began to ascribe the Most High's holy days to Babylonian days and confuse the masses. Those are the days the Most High say do away with. An example, if we were to follow the holy days like the Jewish people are doing today, the Most High would say do away with those. I didn't tell you to do my day at that time, how you're doing it. Are you following me here? Now, some people are asking, because everyone cannot go to the Passover this year. Of course, it's limited seating based on the regulations they gave us there. If it was up to us, we would just move all the tables and pack people in anyway. You understand? But all in all, we still want to share the experience of the Passover with our brothers and sisters worldwide, right? So some people might ask, well, how can I participate, you understand, in my own home? I don't have a congregation to congregate with or whatever. Don't worry about that. We're going to make it accessible to you. Okay, both days, where even though you can't be there with us personally, you can be there with us in spirit, eat and drink with us on the Friday night, the night of communion, and celebrate the Passover with us this year online if you would like. We're going to have it open through Ustream for you to do that. All right. Or we may have it. I don't know if the brothers that are dealing with the administration for the video, I don't know if they're doing it through YouTube or whatever. Whichever way they do it, you'll have access to it. Because a lot of you brothers and sisters may not be able to make it, or you're not a part of a congregation right now, and you want to do it on the correct day. Well, we will work to make sure you'll have all you need to do it, okay? You have some unleavened bread. That's some bread without any baking soda or leaven in it, or any type of rising agent. Make sure you have some lamb, you understand, and have some wine. It's quite that simple. You don't need much, okay? And you can celebrate the holy day with us. Now, The holy day for the dates, according to the 364 original calculation of the year, right? Next week, March 11th, is the new month. It's not new moon, it's new month. There's a difference between the word month and what you see out in the sky. So when you say moon, it says new month. That's a changing of season. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with the moon up in the sky. It's a new month according to the 364-day calculation. That begins March 11th, sundown. Right? Now the Passover, which is communion night, the night that Christ sat with his disciples, that was Friday night. Okay? What they would call Friday night. That will be on March the 25th, 2017, or what they call it 2017. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? We have the communion night, which is March 24th, Friday night, March 24th, Friday night, right? It's communion night. We'll have it open where you can all sit with us like at Christ's table. We're going to drink wine. We're going to drink bread, and we're going to remember that night according to the gospel. The next day we have the big feast, which is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? So March 24th, we'll get together Friday night. Then March the 25th, we'll come together the next night in celebration. Okay? And then 7 Sabbaths from the Passover, we'll have first fruits. First fruits, 7 Sabbaths from the Passover. Okay? Now, I need you to give me a few scriptures here. I need you to go to Matthew real quick. Matthew 26 and 17 for the preparation.
St. Matthew chapter 26, verse 17.
Yeah.
Now on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Yeshua, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
Come on.
And he said, Go into the city to such a man, and say unto him, The Master saith, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples.
At my house with what?
With my disciples.
So brothers and sisters, it's okay to keep the first night together just with your family, if you would like. The great feast happened the next day when we all came together. But the original feast, the communion, you can do that just in your house, right? Read on.
Verse 19. And the disciples did as Yeshua had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover. Now when even was come, he sat down with the 12, and as they did eat bread, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me.
Speaking of Judas Iscariot. Go on.
24. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him, but woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born.
And that's speaking of Passover. Now you would have some people, that's communion night of the Passover, Christ being prepared for the sacrifice the next day. Right? You have some people out there would say, well, the Passover is done away with. After Christ's crucifixion, the disciples no longer operated with the Passover. That's not true. Okay, let's get it real quick. We go in Acts 12. Right?
This one, 1 Corinthians 5.
Yeah, that's the one I want. Go ahead.
1 Corinthians 5
And 7.
and 7. Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened.
Now you noticed in the feast we have what? The feast of unleavened bread that was commanded in Leviticus 23. Put out all leaven. So anything that rises in our house, we must throw in the trash. Anything. To remind us to also to put out the old leaven that came with the old way. The old way is not the way to the kingdom anymore. And also the leaven within ourselves, the evil that we have learned in this world. We must put that away. Read.
Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened.
As ye are unleavened, read.
For even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. Therefore let us keep the feast.
Let us do what?
Therefore let us keep the feast.
According to the Bible, according to the epistles, the disciples commanded those in the church to keep the feast. So that's a lie when someone out there, or they just maybe don't know, or they're confused. But when they tell you that the holy days are done away with, they're unlearned. They don't understand. Because the Bible says we are to keep the feast. What feast? The feast written of in the Old Testament. We just have to keep them correctly under what? The 364-day year or calendar. Right? Come on.
Therefore let us keep the feast, not with old leaven,
Not with old leaven,
neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness.
not with the leaven of malice and wickedness. That means we cannot go into these feasts, into these holy days, especially like the Passover, communion night, with some guile or envy or hatred in our heart between a brother or a sister. Because why? We're no different than Judas, who after betraying Christ sat at meat as if everything was fine. See that? So when we're sitting at that communion table, we're at that communion table after settling our differences. Okay? That's what it's about. Not to have any evil or guile in our heart on the Lord's day. I thank the Most High. Last year we did the Passover with our brothers and sisters. Amen. It was something beautiful. There was no arguing, no fighting, no variances. You would think the way they talk about us and claim ill things about us, that with hundreds or thousands of people being in one area, that there would have been one argument in a lobby somewhere or something going on, where we would have been fighting against each other based on how they portray us in the media. We didn't hear of one incident of any arguing, fighting. Why? Because it's about Christ. It's about laying our petty differences aside. Matter of fact, not just laying them aside, forgiving each other for these differences or through these differences, and sitting down at that table with no guile in our heart against one another. That's what the Passover is really about. Right? So it says, purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened, for even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. Right? Read the 8th verse.
Verse 8. Therefore let us keep the feast, not with the old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
But the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth. Now, I thank the Most High that he delivered the information to us. We seeked him, we prayed for deliverance, and he have actually delivered us from the deception that came with the synagogue of Satan, worshiping Babylonian holy days, claiming it's the Most High's feast. The Most High even delivered us from them in that. We don't go to Jewish people to worship the Most High or to find out when we should worship the Most High, when it tells us the Gentiles would deceive us. Okay? Purposely. we are accountable to do what? To put things back in order according to the beginning, according to what the Most High gave us from the beginning. Now, some people might be confused out there when we show that Christ's communion night was on Friday night. And the reason why most people are confused is based on modern day Christianity. They would say when the rock was rolled away, right? When the rock was rolled away, that was 3 days later. So it must have been the middle of the week when Christ was crucified, because it says that, he rose before the Sabbath, not realizing the time schedule according to the Most High, or what was really written there. Let me show you something here. Let me get that real quick and get it out of the Strong Concordance for me also. Right?
St. Matthew chapter 28, verse 1.
Come on.
In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week.
Hold up. Let's give the one where he gave up the ghost. When it talks about the Sabbath, they would take him down, take Christ down from off the cross. That's the one I need first. It just came to me. Right? One moment. Let me get that real quick. Where after when they were to take him down, when Joseph of Arimathea came, right? One moment, let me get that real quick because it just came to me. I didn't have that one written down, but I'm gonna get that for you real quick. Right, one moment.
It says here, St. Luke chapter 23,
Okay.
verse 50.
All right, give me that one. Go ahead.
And behold, there was a man named Joseph, a counselor, and he was a good man and a just. The same had not consented to the counsel indeed of them. He was of Arimathea, a city of the Jews, who also himself waited for the kingdom of God.
Go on.
This man went unto Pilate and begged the body of Yeshua. And he took it down and wrapped it in linen and laid it in a sepulchre that was hewn in stone.
No, it's before that. I need the one where it says before the Sabbath. He begged Christ's body before the Sabbath, right?
Yep, it's coming up.
Okay, go on.
And he took it down and wrapped it in linen and laid it in a sepulchre that was hewn in stone, wherein never man was laid before.
Come on.
And that day was the preparation, and the Sabbath drew on.
And that day was the preparation, and what?
The Sabbath drew on.
The Sabbath drew on. Now, most people will get that confused because they'll say, well, Christ must have died before the Sabbath if he asked for his body for a Sabbath, not realizing that it's back-to-back Sabbaths. You have the Friday night Sabbath, right? Which is what? The Passover, which we do for communion. And then the next day is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is also labeled, according to Leviticus 23, a Sabbath. That's more proof that the communion night was so-called Friday night, and that Christ gave up the ghost before what? The Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is what? Saturday night. Proof right there. So when Christ rose, it was in the midst of the week between Sabbaths. Okay? It was between Sabbaths when Christ rose. He was crucified on an holy day. Passover day, right before sundown, he gave up the ghost. And then that brought in the Feast of Unleavened Bread. When is our Passover? The communion night is on Friday night, like Christ communed. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread is sundown the next day, which is a Sabbath. Same way, same day, total understanding, right? Now, the Christian church threw it off. Why? Because they wanted to switch the Sabbath to Sunday. So this is what they did. They made us believe that Christ was crucified on Good Friday and rose Sunday morning to bring in Sunday worship, Babylonian worship. Right? But it could not have been based on what we're reading. And another thing, you can't get 3 days between Friday and Sunday. Right? So let's go to when the stone was moved real quick.
St. Matthew chapter 28, verse 2.
Read.
And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door.
We're talking about 3 days. He had to be 3 nights and 3 days, 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth. Go on.
And sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. And for fear of him the keepers did shake, and became as dead men. And the angel answered and said unto the women, Fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Yeshua, which was crucified. He is not here, for he is risen, as he said. Come see the place where the Lord lay. And go quickly and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead, and behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him. Lo, I have told you.
Okay. Now let's go to the time according to the book of Luke. Let's go to Luke 24 and 1.
St. Luke chapter 24, verse 1. Now upon the first day of the week, very early in the morning, they came unto the sepulchre, bringing the spices which they had prepared, and certain others with them.
Come on.
And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre. And they entered in and found not the body of the Lord Yeshua.
Now here it is. They would make us believe that the first day of the week, which is what they would call Sunday, that Christ already rose from the grave, right? Before Sunday. But is that so? When you look into the Greek, and when I was in the Greek islands and I traveled there, we have people in the church that follow the church from the Greek islands who said, well, listen, in the Greek, it don't say that. Okay. Which confirmed what we knew. The pagans try to throw us off to promote Sunday as the first day of the week, because claiming that Christ rose on the first day of the week. But it's not saying that in the Greek. Because why? Israel reckoned time based on Sabbaths. So let's get some understanding here. Luke 24 and 1. Now upon the first, matter of fact, that day isn't there in the Greek. That day is grayed out. So get that day out of the way, because day don't belong there. Now upon the first of the week. Now when you look at that word week, that it means Sabbaton, right? And in your Greek, it means what?
The interval between two Sabbaths.
The interval between two Sabbaths. So you translate this to English how? You have Christ's crucifixion and you look in between that Sabbath. The first between two Sabbaths, Mary came to the sepulchre and what? The rock was moved. The interval, the first interval between two Sabbaths. Now, why does it say first interval between two Sabbaths? Because Israel is counting down 7 Sabbaths to who? To the first fruits, when the Holy Spirit would come down. So the Romans deceived everyone and made everyone believe that Christ rose on Sunday, when really he rose between the two Sabbaths, the Sabbath of communion and then the first Sabbath counting to what? First fruit. It's that simple. right? So I wanted to break that down. That, in a nutshell, conclude our lesson in the spirit of the Most High on revealing the truth concerning the holy days, right? And how to keep the Passover. Now we're going to be going into lessons up into the Passover concerning what to have and all that. We have a few more weeks left, so don't worry about it. We're going to go through the whole breakdown well before the Passover is here. But it's important for us to understand that the children of Israel can now be on schedule. Shalom.
Shalom.
You have any? You good? All right.
Sir.
Okay. Right before we answer a few questions for you brothers and sisters, and we're going to try to be as detailed as possible, understanding the time. We went well past the time, but we're going to be detailed and answer the questions thoroughly for you. All right, as many as we can in minimal time, if possible, right? When I say in minimal time, we went well past the time here. So we're going to be detailed. We're going to answer questions we can, but of course we can't answer every question. Before I go into open it up for questions, I would like to give some help, some advice concerning preparation, right? Like brothers and sisters all around the earth, we set up what you would call a preparation for brothers and sisters within the church so that they'll know not to be out there. So they'll have enough in their home not to be out there during the time of chaos. Okay? As you can see, they're preparing certain situations that will mean almost a revolution. People in the streets based on what the governments are doing in the earth. And in panic, when some natural disaster or something happens, we'll be out there scavenging, just to survive from day to day. You don't want to be one of those people out there in the midst of some type of disaster or revolt or shutdown for a couple of weeks. So what we advise is that brothers and sisters make sure they have canned goods. All right. I know some people out there think that tuna is not good, but tuna is lawful because it has fins. Even though they're not big fins, they still have fins. So tuna is lawful. Have cans of tuna stocked up, or just have 2 weeks of rations, if not more. A minimum, of 2 weeks of rations of the food you would need to stretch. Grain, oatmeal, clean filtered water. Have it in jugs in your basement. Jugs enough to where you can take a wash rag and wash yourself clean, or whatever the case is. Have enough so that if things shut down, you can still, you understand, you can still survive through the chaos period. Why? You want to be thinking about how to get out of the situation. You don't want to be thinking about, at that time, what you're going to eat. Right? So you have to make sure you have enough food, enough water, 2 weeks rations while you still have the money to what? To stock over. Dry goods, tuna fish, some good canned goods, grain, rice, and excess of water. You can never have enough water. If need be, you can take you a container barrel where the water come down on your gutters and have a filter, and have water come out of your rainwater and go into a barrel and store that and filter that later. You can never have enough water. Get water, juices, whatever you would need to get through 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Why? Because this way you're not out there with the chaos and what the media will portray as looters. If you're looking for diapers and whatever for your child, the media are going to call you looters. Okay? So we must prepare. Now, when a disaster comes, like we've seen it happen in other countries where the church is, and while everyone's out on the street and all that, brothers and sisters were sitting back with no problem because we told them to prepare weeks in advance. Okay, you don't want to be out there when the stuff hits. You want to be in your house with your protection and enough to eat and drink, and a way you can communicate. Two-way radio. I have two-way radios. Okay, with someone so that you can connect in time of trouble. Therefore, while the people are out there, you're thinking of the next, the next step in this. Okay, I don't have to be out there with them, but how do I get out of this situation here? Okay, so that will buy you time to get out of the scenario, opposed to being out there in the street, getting knocked over your head, robbed, or even worse. Okay, so I wanted to put the Spirit is on us to warn brothers and sisters everywhere to prepare. Okay, because they're stirring something up. Right now, they're labeling us falsely. None of our people are extremists. None of our people are joining ISIS. None of our people are terrorists. But yet they're shaping that narrative regularly through the Zionist satanic synagogue of Satan media. They're looking to plan something against us. Right? They're doing it. They're setting the stage so that no matter who we are, a sister or a brother can be deemed or labeled a terrorist now. So whatever they're planning to do, you don't want to be out there in the midst of chaos and be taken. Not you. Especially the first wave of people that didn't prepare, that aren't preparing. You want to sit there, you want to see how it goes and be able to communicate with who you need and get out of that situation, get out of that area. Christ says when we're persecuted in one city, flee in the next. So these are the things the church is going to be talking about. The elders and deacons are going to be discussing. What happens if something go down in your area where you have to get out there, where you got food and drink, but we need to make sure there's an area or, an adjoining state that you can go into where brothers and sisters have beds waiting, food waiting, out of the chaos. Right? We're opening the chat is now open. Come on, questions and answers. The chat's open. Thank you for clarifying lessons, elders. I planned on visiting the New York location next week, and I wanted to know if I would expect I will be able to celebrate the Passover there, or if I would have to wait to be baptized to do so. Well, when it comes to the Passover, only baptized members are dealing with the feast initially. But we will schedule you a baptism. Okay? We will schedule a baptism if you need a baptism. Just send us an email to gatheringasone@AOL.com, and understand there is a long list, but we will get to you. Don't worry about it. Be patient with us, okay? We will get with you to connect or congregate in your particular area. But yeah, especially this year, we're going to just deal with all baptized members within the church. You can follow it. We will find a way where you can follow it with your family until we set up a baptism with you. Okay? Someone says ramen noodles don't expire. Oh, well, hey, if you can stack up on them, they'll get you through some rough times, right? Did God create animals or man first? Good question. He created animals first. Carjine 50. I live in the lower east coast of North Carolina. There isn't a GOCC. Well, there is a Gathering of Christ church in parts of North Carolina. You'll probably have to travel to get to one until we can probably, if you go through that, help raise you to be the one in your area through the Spirit of the Most High. But initially, you would need to travel to the areas we have in North Carolina and South Carolina. We have some great brothers there, some great sisters there. So you would have to link in with them. Thawada for the lesson, elders. I'm here in Utah. There's a gathering in Arizona. Which is closer? Well, you decide which is closer for you. We have gatherings in both areas. So you would send an email to gatheringas1, the number 1 at AOL.com, and we will immediately connect you with an elder or deacon in your respective region. Okay? The way we have it now is the regional elders will contact you and then get on the phone with you with the local elder or deacon, and then we'll connect it that way. Awara 11:12 Shalom. Elders, was Noah the color of an albino according to Enoch? No, I know a lot of people are making that correlation because it says white. Keep in mind that there is no such thing as white people. Let me bring up my guy again. Well, their guy. As you can see, his beard is white. He's red. Okay? Noah did not look like his beard. So it's talking about the radiancy or the purity that actually what you would call, it's a spirit of I hate to use this word, but it is, of illumination, or a spirit of purity that illuminated off of Noah. Again, let's break this down to elementary. We're looking at the colors white right here in this man's beard, this Satanist beard here, and you can see he's red. See that? So no, Noah didn't look like his beard, neither did he look red like Edom is here. Okay? It was speaking of his aura, the power or purity that came from him. So when you see anyone that was born like that, it's talking about their radiancy. That's what it's speaking of. It's not saying that they are white skinned. Okay? Let's see here. Yes, for the week of unleavened bread, the last day you can eat bread is up until sundown Friday. And we're talking about anything with leaven in it. Bread with leaven in it. Okay? So anything that has leaven in it, you must throw away, put it out of your house for a week. So a lot of us shop from week to week anyway. So shop with that in mind, knowing that, so that you don't waste money. You have time enough to prepare not to have leaven in your house during the week of Feast of Unleavened Bread. Okay? Let's see. Nicholas Paul. Elders, I read an article from World News claiming that the Pope is now claiming he is revealing the name of the Most High to the world as I am that I am, but is pronounced Yahweh. What's your thoughts? Well, I don't have no thoughts on it. Okay? You don't pronounce Ahaya, Ashar, Ahaya by saying Yahweh. Okay? And the bottom line is this. He's a Satanist. Okay? And we don't need him to verify anything. That's my thoughts concerning him. Because before the Most High revealed his name, I didn't hear the Pope or Jewish people or anyone talking about the Most High's name that was revealed to Moses. It still comes down to trying to undermine the spirit of awakening the Most High is doing with his people. They can't hide it no more. So now they're going to try to bring us back to the satanic Tetragrammaton. We know their deception. There's no way ever will we call on Yahweh or the Tetragrammaton with the knowledge we know, with what we know. And you know what? If somebody else want to do it, that's their issue. They can deal with the Most High with that. Okay, we have to search out the Most High, with fear and trembling. We have to study to show ourselves approved with the Most High. You understand? So if somebody else want to do it, a lot of people take it personal that we don't call on the Tetragrammaton or deal with that. No, if you want to do that, keep on going. Okay? No. But no, the Most High's name is Ahia. Period. Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. That's it. There's no debate either. There's no argument. There's no back and forth. Those that want to worship Yahweh, which is Baal, do so. I guess that's what gets them upset when we say it's Baal. Do your research. Do your research. That's all. Yahweh was being worshipped with the Shashu in Mount Seir, with the Canaanites and the Edomites before Israel became a nation. Now, when you figure that out, I don't want you to go into Isaiah and go into some Torah and don't go there. Because why? These guys inscribed their God in our scrolls. Okay? And I'm not going to throw out the context of the scriptures because they did that. The Most High revealed his name, so I'm good with it. I'll substitute the Tetragrammaton with the name he gave Moses. Period. I don't care what the Satanist pedophile pope says or do. He's the son of the devil. That's my opinion on him. Okay? Elders, when is the next academy? Good question. We're going into week
11 this Sunday. And then week 12 is the following week. Then we have a week off. April 2nd is the new academy. And we have a few of the lessons that we didn't touch on this time. We will go into next time. We're going into, right, the understanding and revealing of the gods. Why? I think it's real false teaching when we teach that the other gods of the nations don't exist. That's a false doctrine. Okay? The gods of the nations are real. They're lesser gods. They fell to this earth. Okay? They're the ones that taught the Gentiles their technology and how to build their Masonic world. So by us ignoring that these gods exist and did exist is disingenuous, and also it's not allowing our people to understand the principalities and powers who are against us. They would rather us not know they exist. See? So you will never hear us say that those gods don't exist that the Gentiles are worshiping. They do exist. They're lesser gods. They will be destroyed and burned in hell with their leader. They exist. Okay. You have the Gregory, which are fallen angels that are actually held in the second heaven. Well, guess what? They're going to fall to this plane too. They're going to be operating in this plane. So yes, the gods exist. Okay. But our God will destroy them. Who is our God? Ahia. Who is his God? Yahweh. The Israelite God, the God who saved Israel out of Egypt and gave Moses his name is Ahia. Who is their God? Yahweh. What did Yahweh promise to do? He promised to go back into heavens and sit upon the sides of the north and be like God. Right? Here you go right here. Worship by pagans. Right? Stay tuned. There will soon be a lesson out there
exposing the truth of the Tetragrammaton, right? And we're going to go into ancient history before Jacob was born, okay? And show you Yahweh, okay? April 2nd, to answer your question for the Academy. Gina Michelle Fumi. Christians say we're absolved through Christ's blood, so we don't keep the commandments and holy days and dietary laws. Okay, so why are you keeping Christmas then? So you see the hypocrisy and contradiction there? If that were true, then why did we end up in cargo slave ships? Exactly. Exactly. So they'll misinterpret Colossians, the 2nd chapter, where it says judge, that you can't judge them according in respect of a holy day, and say that the holy days are done away with. And if Gentiles want to celebrate holy days, it's okay because you can't judge a man in respect of a holy day. Okay, all right. You obviously don't have that in proper context, because those holy days are speaking of holy days that are written in the Bible. That means we can't judge a person according to how they're following the holy days in the Bible if they're now doing it under the new covenant. No one under the old covenant can say, well, they can judge us because we don't have every artifact what they had in the Old Testament. They can't judge me on that. They can't judge me because I don't use each sacrifice that's written of in the Old Testament. That's what the disciples were talking about when he says, let no man judge you in respect of a holy day. Because if we take it in the context of Christians, when it says, let no man, judge you in respect of a holy day, then it's okay. We can just allow Satanists to have their holy days and say, well, you can't judge them. What about the witching hour when they're sacrificing children on Halloween? You can't judge them according to a holy day. So it's not speaking of any holy day. When it says, let no man judge you according to a holy day. They try to say that, say, you can't judge me because I worship on Sunday. It's not speaking of Sunday, because Sunday is not a holy day. Okay? Sunday is the first day of the week. It's not a holy day. So how are you bringing that scripture up? Okay? They keep Easter too. Of course they keep Easter, because Easter is the worship of the Babylonian goddess, the goddess of a star, a goddess of the spring solstice, right? And when you look in Acts the 12th chapter in the 4th verse, Easter is not there. It's Passover in the Greek, right? Good point, Dale. I'll answer a few more questions and then we'll do the Lord's Prayer. One other thing, I said I was going to show them the difference in the Hebrew between the moon in the sky and the month moon. Give me that real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yeah, the Strongs.
Yeah. Hey, real quick. I can get it here, right? Mm-hmm. Right here. Genesis 37 and 9. Mm-hmm. It says the word Yerach, mm-hmm. right? Yep. Yerach is the moon in the sky, mm-hmm. right? One moment. And when you go into new moon, here I am in 1 Samuel 20 and 5. Does it say Yerach in the sky? What word does it say here, Elder Lawyer?
Chadash.
Chadash. The new moon, by implication, a month. So it's speaking of a month. The first month, third month, the first month, fourth month, seventh month, and 10th month. So the new moon is not the moon in the sky. So you shouldn't be looking at the slither of the moon. The moon in the sky in Hebrew is Yerach. New moon means month. You're not supposed to be dealing with the moon in calculation of the Most High holy days. Case closed. Right? A few more. The Pope is the head of, let me see here. It says, Spankster, okay. The Pope is the head of the Revelations 3 and 9 Lion Jew. The man of many hats is why he wears a Jewish kippah. The other favorite hat of his is the Dagon, the fish god. Correct. Let's just make it clear, right? He's a top sorcerer. Okay. And they've raped many young boys to get to that position. They pedophiles too. And no wonder that you see pedophilia in the Roman Catholic Church and also in the Babylonian Talmud. It's okay for them to sleep with a 3-year-old child and rape little boys and little girls under pedophilia in Judaism. So you're going to find out that the Roman Catholic Church and Judaism is two wings of the same satanic eagle. Right? As Cornelius an Israelite, and what is the meaning of life? Cornelius is not an Israelite, okay? That's one of the most unlearned statements one can make according to the Bible. It's unlearned. Okay? Cornelius was not an Israelite. Okay? It tell you in the book of Acts that Peter said it was unlawful, Acts 10 and 28, that it was unlawful for one that is a Jew to sit with one or to meet with one of another nation. But the Most High showed him that he cannot call any man common or unclean. The Bible says another nation. Another nation is Gentile. That's elementary. I mean, someone is really trying to hold on to that. You're not supposed to teach Gentiles. They really want to hold on to that thing. So to the point where they'll make a person in the Bible another race. The Bible distinctly tell you Israelites who are in a Gentile state of mind. That's clear. There are Israelites that were in a Gentile state of mind. Cornelius weren't one of those. Okay? Cornelius was a Gentile. Okay? That's what the Bible says. Now, but you will have people go to devout and go there and say, well, this is the conjecture, or they'll sidebar you. They'll start going into philosophy. It says devout there. Who's devout? Can they be devout? No, I'm not even going to go there with you. Now, I'm not. What did the Bible say? One of another nation, right? Who's that? Period. So until you give me a scripture that says Cornelius is an Israelite, I'm going to go with what the Bible says. Cornelius was one of another nation. Let's read it real quick. And again, if somebody want to believe that, that's on them. But, I don't have no power over that. I was there when that doctrine was created, okay? I was there. It didn't just pop up on YouTube. I was there in one of the first meetings when it came out that, okay, we need to look at Cornelius because in some archaeology, it's showing centurions. Some of the centurions were black. And then somebody's like, I think this is what Cornelius was. See, you can't pull none of that over on me. I was there when that doctrine came out. And I'm talking about you in general, but I know where that doctrine comes from. I was there when they first taught it. Okay? But it's not sound doctrine. Why? It doesn't link with scriptures. It's easy. You want me to show you how you can easily break it down for? right? I know this almost by heart here, right? Because I taught that 20 years ago. And it's base child false doctrine, clearly. There's no high level of understanding on that at all, right? Let me run it down to you. Acts 11 and 28, Acts 15 and 14, and Amos 9 and 11. You put those three together, you'll slam that whole thing. Right? Let me show you. Acts 11 and 28. Read it. Acts 10.
Acts 10 and 28.
Acts 10 and 28. Come on.
And he said unto them, Ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation.
Of another what?
Of another nation.
Now do your research and find out what another nation is. Gentile. Right? Read.
But God hath showed me that I should not call any man common or unclean.
Why did the Most High show him that he should call any man common or unclean? Common sense will show you that what? That the unclean animals Peter seen in a vision was preparing him to sit with what? Another nation. Right? Because why? Christ said in Matthew 10 and 5 and 6, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So Israelites, Peter was already going to lost sheep of the house of Israel. So if you were lost and didn't know who you were still commanded to go to those people. But he was commanded not to go to the Gentiles. So the Most High had to give him a vision to go to a Gentile. Right? Because those that came up with this theory that Cornelius was an Israelite would say that Cornelius was one of those people that were in Gentile state of mind. Right? So you would respond back with it. So are you saying that Cornelius was from the lost sheep of the house of Israel? He was lost to his knowledge? Then they'd be like, well, yeah. Well, Peter wouldn't have had no problem going to one of them because Christ told him to go to them. Right? Are you following me here? It's everything not to teach the Gentiles. That's all it is. Even if they totally butcher scriptures. Right? It says one of another nation. What is that? And that's a Gentile right there, right? So let's give you the reason why he went to one of another nation real quick. Let's go to Acts 15 and 14.
Also, if I could read this first in Acts 10 and 35.
Yes, let's read it.
For fact, Acts 10 and 34. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, Of a truth, I perceive that the Most High is no respecter of persons, but in every nation.
In what?
In every nation.
In every nation. Now, is that Israelites too? Is that Israelites in every nation? Read.
But in every nation, he that feareth him and worketh righteousness is accepted with him.
Period. Now I'm going to show you where they'll go with that. They'll be like, well, Israelites are scattered in every nation. Yeah, okay, they're scattered in every nation, but that ain't what that scripture said. So to throw off their confusion, so because they start talking to you, they're going to throw you off from the original point. Be like, well, no, you just be quiet for a minute and listen to what the scriptures have to say. Or they'll try to bully you into believing what they're saying when they don't know scriptures. Okay? But that don't work here. Okay, I've been there. I know how it works. Read Acts 15 and 14.
Acts 15 and 14.
Or they'll try to make you feel less than them or try to trip you up with their philosophy. You have to be very careful with it. So I'll be like, listen, I'm not listening to you. I'm going to listen to the Bible. Okay? Now, if you don't want to listen, then this conversation is over. That's how you have to deal with it. And then you will see what you're really dealing with. Like, either we listen to the Bible, because you're going to talk me all over the place, and I'm going to lose my place. Either we deal with the Bible, or you can go up the street somewhere. Acts 15 and 14, read it.
Simeon have declared how the Most High at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name.
So when did this happen? This is the book of Acts. When did the Most High visit the Gentiles to take out a people for his name? Israelites were already a people for his name. Right? Read.
And to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written.
So going to Cornelius was fulfilling an Old Testament prophecy. What is this prophecy? Read.
After this will I return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down.
We know David was when the 12 tribes of Israel was under one banner, right? Read.
And I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up.
Go on.
That the residue of men might seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles, upon whom my name is called, saith the Lord, who doeth all these things.
Now, I'm going to show you how they're going to break it down so you can deal with them when they do it. They'll say, well, that's all the 12 tribes which are under David. This is really speaking about the 12 tribes coming back under the Most High, those Gentiles. That's how they're going to tell you that, right? I'm going to break it down because I what they're teaching, I taught already 2 decades ago. But what they're going to try to do is stop you from going to the prophecy of this particular scripture. They'll stay right there to confuse you. Be like, well, since it says it was written, let me get some clarity through precepts. The Bible does say, through thy precepts thy get understanding. So let's go to Amos 9 to get further clarity on Acts 15 and 14. And don't let them talk. Like, no, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You're going to divert me. Let me go to the precept. Acts 15 and 14. Read it. Acts 9 and 11.
Acts 9 and 11. And that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof.
So now, if the tabernacle of David is being restored under Christ, there will be no breach now between the 12 tribes. That breaks down the 12 tribes of Israel right there. Christ bringing both sides together as one, all 12 again. Read.
And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
Come on.
That they may possess the remnant of Edom.
Hold up. Now that the 12 tribes are together now, fulfilling Acts 15 and 14, right? They will now, Israelites will do what?
That they may possess the remnant of Edom.
They will possess a remnant of the Edomites.
And of all the heathen, which are called by my name.
And all the Gentiles who are called by the Most High's name. So how do we get those heathens which are called by the Most High's name as possessions? We must first teach them. Acts 15 and 14. So that totally crushed that whole thing they're talking about with Cornelius right there. Because Israelites, the remnant of Israel, aren't the only ones going into the kingdom. Okay? We will have possessions. And these are Gentiles who follow the truth concerning Christ. Over, finished, slayed, blood everywhere. That's it. You don't even got to argue with them no more. Go heal them up. Go get some Band-Aids somewhere. Don't come in with that Cornelius is an Israelite garbage. It's juvenile. You're minimizing the power and authority of the scriptures concerning Christ's coming. You're shutting up the kingdom of heaven for those that will go in when you're not even going in yourself. The same people that say that Cornelius is an Israelite claim that you don't have to be baptized. You understand? So they're not even going into the kingdom. So how do they know who's going in? Right? Right? Let's see here. One more question and we'll be finished, right? Mm-hmm. All right.
I think they had a second part to their question. What is the meaning of life?
What is the meaning of life? The Bible says, hear the conclusion of the Most High, of the whole matter. Fear the Most High and keep his commandments, which is the duty of man. That's it. That's the whole purpose. This is the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear the Most High and keep his commandments, which is the duty of man. That's it. That's the answer. It's Isaiah 34 and 16, right? Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Mm-hmm. Right? It says, elders, do you know about the books called the Midrash? Yeah, I know about the Midrash, but again, if you don't have the doctrine of the Bible and you go into the Midrash, you will be thrown way off. Stick with the Bible so you'll know the doctrine of the Bible. Okay? Because there's some good things in the Midrash, and there's a lot of bones that will throw you for a loop in it. Okay? You have to know the doctrine of the Bible first. You must learn the doctrine. You go into that information just because you feel like you need to go into something. Hey, you be sitting next to this guy. And dancing with them. Stick with the Bible. Shalom, elders. This is Isaiah 7:20. Do we go to the spring? You are not to deal with the spring equinox. It's off. A matter of fact, you can go into National Geographic, type in National Geographic, spring equinox, and it'll show you exactly how they purposely throw everyone off by giving you a false spring equinox. You are not to deal with that at all. The equinox don't fall after equal parts night and day like the book of Enoch says. So if you follow the spring equinox that they give you, you'll be off. The Catholic Church gave you that because they wanted to align their spring equinox with the worshiping of the goddess Astar. It has nothing to do with the calculation of the Most High. It has everything to do with making sure everything falls within their Sunday worship. Okay? So no, you do not follow their spring equinox or you will be off. All right? Right? With that, let's prepare for tomorrow. All praise be to the Most High. I cannot wait until Passover. Man, what a glorious time. Brothers and sisters baptized in the word. We're going to be praying. We're going to be really praising the Most High. Every church throughout the earth that's with us, we're going to be doing song, testimony. Man, what a time to be in. This Passover is going to be great. All praises be to the Most High. All right, we're about to do the Lord's Prayer and wish you all Godspeed. Someone asks, what video would you suggest would be the first video to bring someone into the truth? The whole deal is this. Everyone comes into the truth differently, to be honest with you. And really, when it comes to spreading the word or having someone come to the knowledge of truth, you must find out what they're interested in concerning the Most High. Like, what would you would have to ask them. What is it you would like to know concerning the Most High? You understand? And they'll give you the answer to that. And when you understand what their interests are, you understand, then you can find a video that can answer those particular issues or questions. Believe it or not, a lot of brothers and sisters came into the truth who were actually at one time atheist, or they didn't believe, agnostic, and but they understood something was wrong on the conspiratory side. They was looking at conspiracy videos and all that. They didn't even believe in the Bible and ran into our videos because that is the piece that interests them. They wanted to know why the world have been lying to us with everything. They wanted to resolve all the lies and came into the truth that way. So you have to become fishers of men. I don't just say, well, listen, there's a cookie cutter way of teaching the word to each individual. It doesn't work that way. The way I look at it is I find out the concerns of the person, what they need, what they want. Because you can't feed people with what you feel they need to be fed with. It doesn't work that way. The interest comes from them. So if we teach them what interests us, you understand, they're going to, with a low attention span we have today, they'll be like, man, I don't want to hear that. I don't care about that. Well, find out what they care about and teach that, or show them videos on that. So you can preference it this way. You can ask them, well, what is it you always, as a brother or sister, what is it you always wanted to know concerning the Most High? Is there something that you wanted to know that you feel that you would never get the answer to? What is that? And then write those things down and say, you know what? I think I know something that can answer. I know where you can get all your questions answered at. Right? All right. Lord's Prayer. Right? Ahaya. Bahashem. Yeshaya. Our Father,
which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy will be done.
Thy will be done.
In earth.
As it is in heaven.
Give us this day.
Our daily bread.
Forgive us our debts. As we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation. But deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom. And the power. And the glory. Forever. Amen.
Okay. Bless you, brothers and sisters, and we'll see you tomorrow. For those who are still in the academy, we'll see you in the academy. This lesson we're going into what?
Judgment of the nations.
The judgment of the nations. A lot of nations out there that's worshiping Satan out there. They think they're going to get away. Right? They're not going to get away. Matter of fact, all nations, if you're a Gentile, you better walk away from your religion right now and serve and find out the truth concerning the God of Israel, or you're going to be destroyed. Well, we're going to go into that lesson tomorrow. Shalom. See you tomorrow.